Hello, everybody. Welcome to another day, another Saturday night, and we have our usual cast of characters. Roy will be in the chat on and off. We got Chuck here on board with us, which is great. We got Mr. Stewart, who will be in and out during the course of the night as he's mending his back a little bit. He'll have to get up and chase a few ducks around and then come back. And then we got Gustavo and Randall, and this is our first, welcome to the first photo review of 2025. So a belated Happy New Year to everyone out there. And I hope things are going well for you and your families. We have a new record for submissions for the photo review. We have 105 images.
Oh my goodness, that's good.
And we would have had more, but I did put some aside for towards next month's photo review. So, but we're at 105. And so I want to remind everybody too, now this time next week, make sure you go to AP Studio Chuck Talks at 9 p.m. because Chuck will be on. So don't forget, if I hear you don't show up, I'll have to take care of you. Now, our friend Paul, aka Scubarazzi, some of the images that he sent in when we get to his, they're always near the end of the show. He took images with his Christmas gift, which was the Z50 Mark II. And I asked him to come on the panel after the photo review to add some additional commentary, leaning towards, would a D500 user be satisfied with the Z50 Mark II or not? And I know, I believe I'm 99% sure he had a D500 or has a D500. So he was going to put down a few comments. There are some that I'll share with you that he sent me with the images, but he's going to come on at the end of the show after we look at the pictures and talk a little bit about how he feels about that camera. And while this show tonight and the future photo review shows is going to be predominantly the photos, we will extend the time a little bit to discuss items of interest if people want to, since this will be my only live stream of the month. If we go past midnight, I'm not going to turn into a frog or anything, so I'm not going to worry about it. We'll stay on a little longer if people want to. For those of you who have never seen an eagle swim with its prey in tow, aka a duck, check out my latest video on my channel if you have time. It's only 4 minutes long. And I also put the farewell video I showed last week, which was very, very small on the screen, and there wasn't anything I could do about it. I went and I put it so you can look at it full size on YouTube on my channel. So if you wish to watch that again to see some of the pictures or whatever, feel free to do so. And that's it. I didn't do any research on anything because I figured we've got a very complete show with the images we have. And I need to apologize to Jeff Sluter because last week he did send me a couple images that I was going to share with everybody that were not part of the photo review, and I'm going to show those first that he sent in, and apologize to him for not getting to it. So give me a second to bring those images up, and then I'll share the two images that he sent in that were supposed to get shown last week. And I will put those on the screen right now. So it's
ooh, a white turkey.
Yeah, so he had a fancy name for this, and he has another image of this bird in the photo review pictures, and I don't remember off the top of my head what he called it. So if he is in the chat, he can type in the name of it. But it's I will figure it out when we get to the actual photos from the photo review. But he sent this in to share for last week, and I was remiss in doing that. And he had one other image here that I'll that I'll bring up. And
Wow.
try to maximize it. There it is. Yeah, so those are pretty cool. I've
Yeah.
never seen one that color before.
And truly pretty rare.
You know,
For
and
the wild turkey.
maybe Jeff went out with a spray paint can and sprayed it or something. But
A
so those are
Christmas turkey.
so they're all looking for a pardon ahead of time for next Thanksgiving, I think, too. You know, they want to be
Look
saved.
pretty stuff already. Pretty
You know,
big size. Yeah.
well, let's say our hellos to everybody that's in here. We already got 25 people, which is great. We got Terry. Terry is in here, and Roy's in here, and we have Woody and Jim, aka Real Nikon Lover, and Bob Rosado. Robert is here, and let's see who else we got.
Eva.
Robert Varner, Michael Drees, Bob Our Photos, Ava. Hello, Ava. Um, Ava, you know, we were kind of commenting how we haven't had any females on the show in a while, and Ava emailed me, and I just want to say, like, she had to go home to England to help take care of her mom for a while. I won't get into specifics, but her mom's doing okay now. So I send out warm wishes to your mom, and hope that she continues to recover and do well. And so she just got back from England, and she contacted me, and she sent in a few images from England. She did not really have an opportunity to really take any pictures there, but she snuck out one day just to take a little mental health break for a few minutes, and went down the road and took a few pictures. So she sent those in to us to share. So welcome back to Ava. Good to see you. Albert's here. Hello, Albert. And Rakesh. Greg Wilson. Yes, Chuck does look good. He's all dapper. He must have gotten a bunch of. He must have gotten some new shirts for Christmas, I think. and Michael Drees, and I mentioned him before. And let's see who else we got in here. Drunk wedding photographers in here, and I think I caught up with everybody. So because we got 105 images, well, before we get into that, does anybody on the panel have anything they want to share with everybody in the chat before we get started? Anything you've been working on? Any other stuff that you got coming in that you're going to be playing with, or anything that you got for Christmas that you played with in the last week, since last week?
Well, I also have the D500 and the Z52, and I am going to do a comparison with the Tamron, and it's the I think it's the 150 to 600 compared to the Nikon Z180 to 600. You know, doing comparison between both APS-C cameras. So that's the only thing. I am going to go downtown again. I picked up a new lens, a Sigma 45 millimeter, and I'm going to put that on the S9. I've been working with the Nikon Z610 and the DF, and so some videos will be coming out with those also, with all F class. So I think the F class works better with the F mount cameras, and I'll keep the Z glass on the Z mount cameras. So that's all I have.
Okay.
I also want to say thank you to Jeff for taking over for Chuck. He will be coming back every month at the beginning, and next week we'll be at Chuck's AP Studios give him a hand.
Yep. Be there or be square, guys and gals. we're taking names. We're taking names. Santa's making his list already for next year, But yeah, we'll get started here. Give me a second to bring up the images, and we know how that goes. There's always a little bit of a back and forth here for me to get everything happy. Just the way things go. And then I have to bring up my cheat sheet so that
Nice.
Okay,
Wow.
so this okay, so everything looks good at your end right this moment, guys, because I'm gonna be where I can't see you anymore in a second.
Looks good.
Okay, so I'm just moving things around. I got to bring up my notes. Okay, so some of you may have heard me talking about Bob and I have been searching for the screech owl, and we did find it, and here it is. And you have the bird is one of two colors. It's like this brown with a little orangey tinge to it, or one that is gray. And this one is the one you like to see because obviously photographically it looks better, I think anyway. And so this one's from Bob Reppert. So this is one of his images of the bird that he was able to capture. And of course, me being with him, I have some that look pretty much just like this. And let's see, let me get. It's interesting when I got the countdown going for the show, and I have my laptop, where I could see the chat, and I could see the timer going. There's a 20-second lag between what's on my main computer and what shows up on my laptop because I could see it in the counter. One would say, 45 seconds, and the other one would say 25 seconds. So it's kind of interesting. So that Bob's next shot, once I can find my little arrow for my mouse, is a little bit tighter crop on the same bird, and it didn't want to open its eyes. I mean, this is probably the most they were open. It basically likes to come out, and it's been there now for at least, I think, a month, maybe. So that's its home right now, and it loves when the sun is just starting to hit the tree, and it gets it just stays in the opening and lets the sun hit its face, and usually has its eyes closed and is just sitting there soaking up the sunlight and the warmth from the sun and having a great time. And this was he would have been using his 180 to 600. You might be able to see at the top. This is with the 180 to 600 at 600 millimeters, 1/500th of a second, wide open, f6.3, ISO 1600. And then once we got a handful of shots of this fella, we moved on, and we have these fox squirrels that are not, they're pretty common in North Carolina. There's not as many in South Carolina for some reason, but they're really interesting. And he got this one that was foraging for some food in the brush there, and found something to munch on.
I like those with the color, with those colors.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And this is all his shots are going to be with the 180 to 600, and he shoots with the Z8. For those who don't know that, that's what he uses. And this is 1/500th of a second wide open, and lighting was a little better. ISO a little later in the morning, ISO 200. Then he got the next shot you'll get a kick out of. This was our laugh of the day. There's this log that had turtles on it, and at the very bottom you had a gator waiting to say, which one am I going to eat? And of course, it's going to be the first one in line. And the closest turtle always had its head turned and was really, really worried, but he had nowhere to go. so I'm
it looks
sure,
like a Pac-Man game.
Yeah, I'm sure that at some point after we left, there was one of those fellas turned into a lunch item menu. So we didn't stay around long enough to watch the details of that. But we were there for quite a while, and it was just this pose like the whole time. And this was at 180 millimeters with the 180-6, 180 millimeters. Wide open, 1/500th of a second, ISO 280. And this is not in the Huntington Beach State Park. This is across the street, like a half mile down the road further, Brook Green Gardens, which is a place that has ponds and gators and wildlife and some birds, and they have an aviary, and they have an area where they have injured birds, eagles that are in cages, and large cages that can't fly anymore that they take care of, and owls, a few owls and raptors and things like that. And then they have like an area where you'll find ducks, and they had trying to think, the red what was it? The red wolves. And they got the red wolf exhibit where they're trying to, get a population going of red wolf in their area so that they can release them into an area in North Carolina that they're building up the red wolf population. So they have a lot of interesting things other than sculptures and flowers. So it's a really good place to go where you can get a little bit of everything if you're ever down this way. So let me see if what the next one is. So that's it from Bob. So we thank Bob for your contribution to the photo review for this month.
Very good, Bob.
Very good
Lovely
job. And the next images we're going to see are going to be, I'll give you the next two names of the next two people. We got Terry. Terry's going to be next, and then Randall.
Wow.
So this is Terry's, and this is Horseshoe Falls in Tasmania.
Wow, that's nice.
And he took this with a Canon 5D SR with a 16 to 35 millimeter f2.8 at 27 millimeters, f16, quarter of a second, ISO 100. Wonderful looking shot, isn't it?
Yes.
Terry, all I got to say, man, is if you made prints of a lot of your stuff, you'd be you'd cover your walls real easy, real easy.
So the question for Terry: did he bracket that exposure and do a merge of the photos, because it's a lot of like light and dark, or it's a single exposure? Terry, beautiful.
Yeah, very nice. Very, very, very nice. And we got Lynn is in here. Lynn H is in here. Good to see you. Trying to keep an eye on everything here, best I can. But yeah, Terry always, every time he sends me a picture, I want to tell him, can I keep it? He did let me keep the one, which I still have to make a print out of. But if he keeps doing this, I may end up with begging him to let me keep more photos, and I'll end up with a wing of my house that has the Terry shots in it,
Exactly. Wow, the greens are fantastic.
Yeah, and everything, everything is in sharp focus right through the whole image.
So you answer not one exposure, so one shot.
One shot. Okay, stop bragging, Terry.
Fantastic processing and great light.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now his next image is, I'm looking at this. I'm like, gee, that looks like an ibis to me, but nothing that I would ever see here in North America. And
it
of
is
course,
an ibis.
it's the glossy ibis, the version of the glossy ibis in Melbourne, Victoria. And this was with the Z9 with the 180 to 600 at 470, f6, 1/1250th of a second, ISO 720. And what beautiful color on that bird.
It's beautiful.
Seems like all the birds with great color are not around the United States too much. We have a handful that are really pretty, but most of them are not colorful like that. Our glossy ibis are mostly black, but when the light hits them right, you see different colors in the feathers. You see purple and green or whatever, but you not this amount of coloration. And then he sent in a petrified forest shot. This is at South Victoria. This is with the Canon 5D SR with the 16 to 35 f2 at f2.8 at 25 millimeters. Excuse me, it's an f2.8 lens. And he shot it at 25 millimeters f22 for 30 seconds. Exposure comp plus 1.3 and ISO 50. And he mentions it was edited in Photoshop, but you don't have to tell us that. I assume that most shots that people send in have had some degree of editing done to them, whether it be Lightroom or Photoshop or what have you. But another interesting, very interesting shot. And then his last shot that he sent in here is of this is from an Australian tern's nest in Phillip Island, Victoria. And this is the Z9 with the 180 to 600. The 180 to 600 got a workout here on this series. 530 millimeters, wide open at f6.3, 116 ISO 3600. And nice little bit of backlighting on the bird to lighten up the bill and the feathers. Looks good. Looks nice. So that's everything from Terry. So Terry, thank you so much once again for sending in these images. We appreciate it. Now we're going to put Randall under the gun. Randall sent me a series of photos. So I'm going to, Randall, if you want to have a drink to wet your whistle ahead of time.
I got it right here. I just can't remember which ones I know I sent you a lot because you were.
Well, I deleted all the nude photos that you sent me.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I figured
I didn't want to break any glasses.
It's a family show, so I didn't want to, show those. But so I pulled those out. But
was Randall doing self-portraits again?
I sure am. Hey, it's all clickbait. All right.
He's going to say that he's going to say it was all AI generated.
Oh.
So we'll bring up Randall's first shot here, and his shots have most of them have a Christmas theme to them.
Right. So I have a very good friend. They have a lot of these lights that are in parking lots, and people can pay like $100, whatever, just to drive their car, listen to a radio station of Christmas music, and you can see a lot of LED lights, right? What makes this so different is I'm using the Panasonic S9 with the f8. With the 26 millimeter pancake lens at f8. And that's all I can do is f8. but I just want to show how sharp these pictures are. And plus the fact that you can find these places where people are, they have like deer hunting areas where they rent. So the family decided to put up a whole bunch of lights and like mangers and wood and signs and it. I was there last year. I enjoyed it. They added more stuff this year. So this is the beginning of one of the shots I've. Well, it's probably in the middle right now with the manger, but yeah, that's all it is. Is I just drive around. You have your headlights turned off, and you just want to capture the light that's showing the you know the what I'm taking a picture of.
Hmm.
So I'll move on to your next one. Like I said, they're most of them are a similar theme. You have a few that are different, but we'll do the ones that are a similar theme.
So you see, with a small pancake lens, it can still capture some light, and it reduces flaring. And I was pretty impressed with this lens.
Hmm.
Of course, it's 26 millimeter, but it I didn't see any barrel distortion like you usually do. And you got to remember, pancake lenses are not as good quality as some zoom lenses, which has more glass in the lens, for zooming and primes. But I was pretty impressed. When it first came out, a lot of people didn't like it because it's manual focus. And the one thing I want to stress about manual focus lenses is that you won't get any focus breathing. So you set it up to infinity, and I just back it up a little bit, and there you have it. All the images were sharp and clear.
I should show this one to my wife because she's a big Peanuts fan. She really is.
So-
She's a Peanuts nut. She heard me. She's up here. She's going to look at it, Randall.
Ah,
You're going to get a
that's good.
comment from my wife. What do you think?
Love it, love it.
Okay, there you go. You got the love it from my wife. So you're good, Randall.
So I do have a video on my channel, which I'm doing it live, but then you'll hear me clicking on the side. So I was taking pictures at the same time with a different camera. So
Randall, these are all from the same people? From the same?
yes, it is.
Oh.
This family, and they're two brothers. Okay. They're San Antonio South Pole. That's what they are. And they're on Facebook. They have a lot of neat things going on through the year. And I got first place for advertising them. So I got a whole bunch of bonus points. But yeah, you can see how sharp the pictures are. It's unreal. Now, I went to other neighborhoods around, just driving around, and I thought I'd get some of the Christmas lights that people have put up, and they were fantastic this year. I mean, some people have gone all out. And funny story was my neighbor turned off a light, with his Christmas lights, and I was seeing the deer, by his tree. And I says, when did he put up a deer? And then when it moved its head, then I realized it was a real deer. But it's kind of nice. I enjoy it.
All right.
Now, this is the Santa Claus, and it's all LEDs. Okay. I think he used a bush to wrap it around with, but just by using the lights, different types of lights, he made a Santa Claus out of it. And I thought that was excellent. I mean,
And this is back to where you were, I think, in earlier shots, right?
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Yeah. So this one changes. They have different decorations and stuff. You'll see the LEDs change. Be a great screensaver on your computer. But
Is that a garage?
yeah, all of that is LEDs. So it's
Yeah,
not
it's a
hanging
garage.
down.
It looks like it's the entrance to a garage.
No.
No?
Yeah, you see those things in the center? They're not hanging down. That's all lights on the ceiling. So I don't know if he added another picture after this, but they change. So these are all LED lights, and they're programmed for different pictures and stuff. And I thought it was awesome. That's one of the new features of this year.
Yeah, it just looks like the frame for a garage. The one
Yeah.
you tarp on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or one of those open garages. One of those open garages, right?
Yeah.
You know that make. Yeah. And then you got to have the Grinch, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got to have the Grinch.
So you see quite a few characters in here. The Grinch. I didn't capture all of them, but he also has a little camera that shows different lights on top of the house. You know, where they change the picture and stuff like that, different background scenes. So I thought this was pretty interesting. It looks real busy, but he did an excellent job. I noticed that the LEDs are getting bigger too. They used to be real small.
Yeah, they got some big bulb ones that look like the lights that our parents used to put on our trees back in the 60s. You know, that used to like pop your fuse because you didn't have circuit breakers back then. But the light bulbs were really, really big and got really, really hot. And then they got really now.
The good thing is that those LED are far more reliable. You probably all remember having to spend the first day of when you were putting your decoration just repairing the lights. Correct?
Oh yeah.
They were connected in series, so if one will fail, all will be bad.
The whole string goes out if one goes bad, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And but mainly the newer ones. Now, when I visited my sister's place, she had a Christmas tree that if one light came out, the others were still working. Okay. So it was just that one bulb out. You just change it. I think that's fantastic. But what made her tree so good was she had a remote control with it, and she can change the LED lights, to different colors or all RGB, which change automatically, or she can add music to it. So it played Christmas music. And I thought, I got to have that tree. So, but yeah, technology is fantastic most of the time.
So now we have a few images that you took that have nothing to do with Christmas that we're going to show now.
All right. Now, I think, this is the Canon 100 to 500.
Yeah.
I was trying to, I think this is the R5 II, if I'm correct. But this is with the Canon. Now, I live right next to Randolph Air Force Base, or Air Force Base, I mean. And a lot of pilots start in these prop planes, and sometimes they're Navy planes. Most of the time, they're Air Force planes, all right? And then they continue on to jets. And this guy was really doing a pretty good job. He was turning left, right. I thought he was going to try to do a flip, but he didn't do it. And he saw me taking pictures. So the next run he came, he got a little bit closer. And I appreciated that. So
No running shutter on that one, Randall.
yeah. So I thought that was 1/1000th, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 1/1000th. Yeah.
Yeah, at 7.1. So
Yeah.
I had it at 500 millimeters, and I just wanted to see. A lot of people complain about, um, you know, um, the aperture and stuff. If it's too high. I have found no problem if it even went up to f11. On a bright sunny day, it doesn't matter. And you got to remember, on a hot day, you get a lot of that mirage effect. So sometimes an FA to an F11 does help remove some of that effect. So I was just trying out the lens to see how it worked, if it could capture. And I think I got the lens almost, it's still a little bit blurry, but I was trying to, I didn't want to go up a little bit too high and bring up the ISO. But yeah. Yeah, the ISO was 400 at that time.
400. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
And
the bird bath in your yard, I'm assuming.
yes.
That's
Now,
what it is.
this one, I'm trying to remember what camera it was. I think it was a
You
Z8.
shot it with a 500 millimeter lens. 5.
Oh, you know what it was? It was the D500. And that was the Nikkor 500 millimeter PF 5.6E.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so you are at 700 millimeter equivalent.
Yeah, exactly. 750, I believe, right?
Yep. 750.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I was trying out, and, that's what I was so impressed with that lens. I was debating on the 200 to 500 to get, or the Tamron, which I did get, which was the 150 to 600. But I'm still on the fence with that one. It weighed less than the 200 to 500, but I don't know. Basically, it's the Z cameras that I use for, the focusing. So this is my buddy right here, Mr. Crow. He comes every day and he drinks water in my little bird bath. And he's always the last one that comes. He waits for all the birds to finish, and then he'll go in and take a little bath, drink a lot of water. So
a grackle. This is a grackle.
a grackle, yeah.
Grackle,
Well,
yeah,
some grackles have a longer tail.
Because you got the purple in it.
Yeah, it has this is the boat tail grackle, I believe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they're handsome. They're very noisy, Randall. They're very noisy.
Very. And they get pretty big too.
Yes.
Their tails grow also.
Yes.
So
you see, Randall, that is a good image, correct? Because you, with a 500 in the D500, you went in a lot. So
yep.
It's appropriately sized the frame for the animal.
Yep.
And I didn't crop.
Exactly.
That's actually out of lens. Yeah. Yeah.
Now your
and
last.
I was hand holding.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was hand holding it. So,
you could
I'm usually
hand hold it. Yeah.
Wow.
Your last shot you sent in was another wildlife shot. You were feeling a bit.
Mr.
Peekaboo.
Yeah. So he loves playing with the cat. Where, let's say, the cat is sleeping. Cat's been trying to get Mr. Peekaboo for a long time, and the squirrel will go around. He'll wag his tail, and then what you don't see is he has a nut from my live oak tree, and he'll go to the fence, and the cat is kind of resting in the shade, and he'll drop his nuts that he's eaten on the cat, and and the cat goes after him, and of course he can't catch Mr. Pickyboo. But yeah, he's something else. He's quite a character, and I think my dog and cat just given up trying to catch this guy. So,
If they're smart, they should give up. Yes, they
yeah.
won't win.
So he has some friends that are across the street, and there's 5 of them. And I hear them on my roof all the time. So they climb up my crepe myrtle, they run to the back, jump on the live oak tree, and then you hear a whole bunch of racket. And then my cat goes out trying to chase them. So they jump back on the house and go to the crepe myrtle. Back and forth. So he's a real character.
So this is all the stuff I got from Randall, and so thanks a lot for throwing in some Christmas shots for us.
And I really enjoyed it. I've never taken pictures until I joined you guys, and I appreciate it. And I'm still learning. So
we are all.
the only bad thing is my pocketbook is getting empty. But
yeah, we all learn until our last breath. You never stop learning. So we thank you for your contribution. We appreciate it. And our next few folks coming up here, we got Michael Dreese's photos next, followed by another panel member, Mr. Gustavo. So we got Michael, and then we have Gustavo. So let me get my notes lined up here for Michael's shots. So bring up his first image here, and this is, he calls this tree. Well, obviously it's aptly named Trees and Stars. This is with the Nikon ZF with a TT Artisan 11 millimeter f2.8 fisheye lens. So he's at f11, 4 seconds, ISO 6400, and those stars look pretty sharp to me.
Yeah,
I don't see a lot of coma on the edges. Do you, Gustavo? Looks good.
No, it's good.
Looks very good.
13 millimeters.
11 millimeters. Yep. Yeah.
And so what lens is that 30 millimeter? Did he say?
TT Artisan.
Yeah, the TT Artisan. Yeah.
So he says he's always thought about this shot because it's literally right out his front door. He figured the fisheye would be perfect for this scenario. He says he had to perform a small crop because the lens is so wide that it captured part of an adjacent building. So the lens is new to him and his first fisheye. So he says he looks forward to further experiments.
That's it.
I like that.
Nice. The barrel distortion is not bad for a fisheye.
No.
I usually expect to see more.
Looks good. And his next image that he sent in here was an image of a downy woodpecker in the rain. You can see a couple streaks there. That's raindrops coming down. And he used his Z8 with the Nikkor 400 millimeter f4.5 lens at 1/200th of a second, ISO 2200. And he said that he set up a feeding station to attract birds to his backyard. He set up a few natural perches for photography purposes. And he says he captured this bird in a light rain and used a slower shutter speed to capture the rain streaks. And it came out well. And that eye is tack sharp. The bird is sharp, period. Did a great job. And a nice soft color palette in the background. So that's you can't ask for more than that. That's just what you want to do.
Beautiful.
That's what you want to do. And I think we mentioned it, Gustavo, on one other show, that this is where be observant of your background, because like maybe if you were turned 45 degrees another way, you might not have that nice color behind it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
So you got to be willing to move around and not just get excited that you see the bird, maybe get that quick shot to get it, but then move around at different angles so that you can get that composition and get the light the way you want it to be, because that's part of the game. That's part of the dance that you play when you're trying to get these shots.
And this the other thing here is that I'm sure that he took some photos at a higher speed, correct? Which are nice, but the fact that he allowed for the movement of the raindrops, that add to the picture quite a bit. Although it's already at ISO 2200, correct? So
yeah, and you take the risk to blur out the rain that maybe the bird would be a little soft, but he, like you said, he probably took it at a higher shutter speed, and then it came to realize that, well, the bird's standing perfectly still. I have the opportunity to slow down the shutter speed and streak the rain, and he did, and it came out great.
Indeed.
I'm surprised that the rain streaked that much at 1/200th of a second.
Yeah.
Because they should have been a lot shorter.
Fast rain.
Yeah. Now his next shot that he sent in, let's see. This is one of my birds that I like for small bird, is the tufted titmouse.
Yeah.
He got and he's got some interesting bokeh, because he's got a combination of round bokeh balls and football, kind of more like egg-shaped bokeh balls. This is from his backyard. Oh, Michael, rub it in that you can get this in your backyard. The Z8 with the Nikkor 600 PF lens, wide open, f6.3 at 1/800th of a second, ISO 800. And he comments in what he wrote up. He says, "I love the crazy bokeh in this image." He says it's the 600 PF is his favorite lens for birds. He says his only negative on the lens is that he could have purchased it at a much cheaper price this year. Lots of laughs. Well, sometimes we don't want to wait, right? So we got to pay that little. Yeah, you get mad when it goes on sale, and you go, "Oh."
Indeed.
If I only knew. And
I heard that the 600, when it's wide open, the bokeh on the edges is more like cat's eyes, like this.
Yeah.
And if you stop it down, that all goes away. But that's what I've heard, and I've been researching a whole bunch of different lenses, and so I could be becoming confused too.
No, that's a true statement. That's a true statement. And in this case, it's kind of interesting that you have both. It adds a different element to the picture.
Yeah, it doesn't really subtract anything from it.
No. And all the different colors are gorgeous. All the different colors are really nice. So now the last image that he sent in was of a completely different subject matter, which is fine. This is a picture of, he says, Virginia Franks, who is a bass player for a group called Burn the Jukebox. And this is the Z8 with the Nikkor 70 to 180 at 105 millimeters, f2.8 at 1/1000th of a second, ISO 125. And he converted this image to black and white in Lightroom. And he took this image during the sound check prior to the concert. And of course, when he sent this in, it was before the holidays. So he wished everybody a happy holidays. So we hope you had a happy holiday as well.
Beautiful.
Nice shot. So that's everything from Michael. So we thank you for what you sent in, my friend. We appreciate it. The next one's Gustavo. You get to narrate and clear your voice. The next ones are you.
That's all right.
So we will throw up your first shot here.
Who's after Gustavo, Jeff?
After Gustavo is Louise,
which is not here so far.
Who's not here yet? Yep. We got Louise and Jeff Sluter. Jeff and Leslie and Woody, and then you, David. So you're a little bit. If you want to stretch your legs, might be a good time if you're to take a quick walk if you want to.
Yeah, I might have to recharge my glass.
A little bit of stretching there. So
He's not
this is a common either, which the females, I was hoping to see some of the males, but the males didn't cooperate. This is obviously a duck, but it's a sea duck. Okay, so
Yeah, I
this
can
was
tell with
really
the
nice.
seaweed. You're on the beach. You're on the beach somewhere.
Exactly. Well, this was actually in close to a port. Correct. So some of
Okay.
these rocks that were covered with algae were part of uh, the uh, the port there.
Okay.
So I like to. I mean, I like the texture and the feathers. Obviously, you cannot see the detail, correct? And managed to get one bird in the front and the other one in the background, correct? And kind of diagonal composition, coming with the weeds on the one side, heading towards the open right corner. So anyway, maybe another time I can catch some of the males. The males were very elusive, but the females were a lot more cooperative. I think. All right.
All righty. So your next image.
So this is me pretending to be a street photographer. Right? So this is actually from Tokyo Station. Right? And very early in the morning. That's what it's quite active for Tokyo Station is not only a station, but it's a gigantic uh, uh, shopping mall. Okay, so I really enjoy uh, having so that the private photo I don't know for sure. It probably was the 600 PF.
I'll back up quick. It was a 600 PF. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this
And
one's 24 to 120.
yeah. So that kind of my street photography uh, lens, and I like the guy that was passing by, give me a glance, so add to the composition. But in this, I was impressed with that humongous shopping mall. I would have loved to spend another more time there photographing inside the shopping mall. Very interesting.
You know, it's funny, Gustavo. You look at the guy walking on the left with the phone. Add a little, frizz up his hair a little bit, and give him a mustache and a beard. He looks like the guy on the far right in the ad for the eyeglasses.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, it's kind of
Yes.
funny.
Yeah. All right. So the next one is another one in Tokyo Station. So a lot of subjects to photograph there. So these were kind of stairs, and they have set some plants and places for people to pass the time, probably waiting for the train. So I like the kind of juxtaposition of all the people coming from the bottom to the top.
Well, that's a
So this
nice
is
idea. That's a nice idea, having benches like that on the stairs with plants and stuff too. You know, that's a good idea.
there's a lot of interesting stuff they do there. So anyways, again, me pretending to be a street photographer, and the final photo, actually, that's a more recent photo, is actually uh, one that I did like the light. So this is close to one of my feeder stations, talking to what Michael has been doing. Sometimes it's not so much photographing the the station itself, but the birds as they come, land nearby, and then go into that. So this is our the most common of the chickadees here. So this is the mountain chickadee, eh? And the light was soft that day, so and kind of uh, good, so that the image can capture all the colors. And I like that he landed in one of these kind of branches going from top left to bottom right, right? And he gave me a glance there, a lot of details on the feather. So I was happy.
Oh
These little ones are difficult, and it's not so close, correct? So you can see it's a little bit more of a almost environmental. These chickadees, these mountain chickadees, are the ones that are typically live around the ponderosa pine trees here. Yeah.
And he's beautiful.
yeah. This is with the 600 as well,
Yes,
with the
I tell
Z8.
you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you that's the one that I capture. If I need to go out to photograph something, I take that 600 because it's light and give me sufficient reach. Right?
Six. What 600 is it?
The 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 6.3 the
PF.
Wow.
PF.
Yeah.
Wow. Good. Okay.
That is such a. I mean, you saw there. I think such a versatile lens. Right?
Yeah. So that's, I think, yeah, that's your last one that you sent in. You can always send more, Gustavo, if you want.
That's all right.
Thanks a lot for sending those in as always. So once again, yeah, you probably had just maybe a partly cloudy day, which was good because you didn't get it. You didn't end up with any highlights in the background at all,
No,
So it worked out
exactly.
really.
That's a soft light. I like the soft light early in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
This is
shallow
why,
depth of field
you
is
don't
nice.
see. This is why you don't see us out there at 1 p.m.
Exactly.
Because my wife will say, somebody will say, I had a guy over the house the other day, as a friend of my neighbor, and he wanted to try my 180 to 600 on his Z8 and decide if he wanted to buy it or not. And then he ended up being here for a while, and he says, "Well, you're out shooting all the time." He says, "You must shoot all day long." I says, "Nope." I shoot from I'm there at 6 o'clock or 6:15, and I'm not there past 10 o'clock because the light gets too harsh. And he says, "Don't you use filters?" I says, "I'm not gonna." I says, "I use some filters if I'm on the beach. I might have a clear filter so for protect the lens from salt spray or whatever. And if I'm but at early morning when the sun comes up, you don't need a filter. You don't need a polarizer at that time. If you're going to stay past 10 o'clock, you're going to need one. But if you're
And the other
shooting
thing worthwhile mentioning on this, Jeff, if you look at the information below, this was shot at ISO 4000. Okay,
yeah,
so after doing all the processing and and everything, I mean, hardly any noise.
yeah. Yeah, and that tells you right there that you probably took this within probably the first 30 minutes of the sun coming up, 30,
Yeah.
45 minutes,
Yes.
because it still isn't like super, super bright out yet.
Yeah.
And so great job. So we're going to show Louise's pictures here. I always show them in the order I get them, so that's what I always say. So we were going to throw his up here, and his first image here is what he says is a common ringed plover. This is with the Z8, and this is with the 600 PF as well. F8, 1/3200th of a second at ISO 720. So obviously he had plenty of light here to be able to shoot both stopping it down and at a fast shutter speed and still only be at ISO 720. So he wasn't shooting this 30 minutes after sunrise.
Yes.
And then in his next shot, excuse me,
Oh,
is the Dunlin,
yeah.
what they call a Dunlin, has the slightly curved, slightly downward beak and short black beak. And you could sometimes you see these and you when they're on the ground and you think they're a sanderling for a second. It takes you a minute to realize that it's the Dunlin and not a sanderling. But sometimes all these small birds, after a while, they all start to look the same. He took this at with the Z8 as well, with the 600 PF at f8. Same settings, f8, 1/3200th of a second.
I think from birds in flight that kind of my default setting, the 1/3200 of a second. That
Well, I'll shoot between probably 3 and 4500 for small birds, depending on what they are. But for larger birds, I've shot at 1,000th or 1,500th, and I've been fine. It all depends on the bird, right? So
yes,
the smaller ones, you gotta, they're obviously moving faster. You gotta have a little more shutter speed, or you could choose, if you want to have the effect with a slight blur on the wings, and you could just pan fast and shoot at a slower shutter speed, and the eye and most of the body would be sharp, but the wings would be more blurry, depending on what you're trying to do. This next shot here is of female common pochard, Pochard. Never heard of those. This is with the Z9 with the 600 PF, once again wide open at f6.3. Same 1/3200th of a second, ISO 1800.
wow. I like the fact that
The one on the bottom is using jet propulsion, as you could see when you look behind it.
and this is two wing position in one shot. So,
Yep. And then let's see.
did he mention where this is from?
No, he didn't say where he took it. And then he got the small owl. He just called it Little Owl. He called it Little Owl. Z9 600 PF wide open, 1/2500th of a second, ISO 4000, EV plus 1.3.
Are those
Yeah,
roof tiles?
Yeah,
that
roof tile.
That bird is probably is very, very small. I bet you it's very, very small.
I think it's either Portugal or Spain because of the type of the roof tiles.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he sent in one more image here of a yellow-crowned bishop. I like that with the with whatever it's got in its mouth hanging down. It's kind of neat. Piece of grass or something. I don't know what it is.
I'm sure that's what it is.
Yeah, Z9 once again with the 600 at f7.1 at 1/5000th of a second. So here, obviously small bird. Crank up the shutter speed, and you even at 1/5000th, there is just at the very tips of the wings are slightly blurry, even at 1/5000th. I mean, you'd be surprised that you think sometimes that oh, I'm definitely fast enough. And we had one day Kingfisher was like on steroids or whatever, and I swear we were shooting at over 1/6000th of a second, and it was still blurry. And we're like, what's going on? This guy on steroids or what? Because normally at 1/6000, so you get a nice sharp shot, but it was blurry. I think I cranked it up to 1/8000th of a second, which is nuts. But those birds can definitely move, along with the what is it? Anything in the sparrow family. So that's it from Louise. So we thank you, my friend. When you check in with us, we'll say hi and let you know that we enjoyed your images, as we always do. And let's see, did we just seeing if we got guys, if you notice anybody else in the chat that is popping in late in the game here, let us know, just so we could say hello. Our next images are from the next group of images we got Jeff Sluter Woody, and then David. So
Okay.
we're gonna bring up Jeff's here in a second. All these images that he took that are coming up were used. He used the Canon R7 with the RF 100 to 500. And this reminds me of photos I took years ago in New England, where you get the frozen leaf, the freezing rain, and the frozen leaf, and you got the snowflakes on top, and it's cold enough where those snowflakes aren't melting. I have to. Let's see. Give me a second here, guys. I have to respond to a text message really quick.
Well, let's say hello to James from J. Rod Photo Art, and indeed, Jeff, James, you need to send us some pictures for the February show.
Greg Wilson did put up. If you had your choice between a 600 PF and 800 PF, which one would you get?
They are very different, Randall.
Yeah, I mean, in most circles, 600 has always been considered the typical choice. To have that 600 length. I mean, the 800 length is definitely nice to have, but it's that's more of an extreme. I mean, it is harder. It is harder to pick up a bird in flight with that, because you got a very narrow angle of view, and it is heavier. And I know. I mean, I can carry it and lift it up for like 3 hours, and after 3 hours, I'm starting to feel it. The 600, I could, like, I'm sure Gustavo would agree. The 600, you could walk around with that all day long. You're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at the 400 and the 600, and I had the 100 to 400, and I had the 180 to 600. So I'm thinking, so I was thinking about the 800, but then I remember I had the Canon RF 200 800, and I don't see that much difference between 800 and 200, or 200 millimeters from 800 to 600. So I was looking at the 600, and
well, you always have the option of just putting a teleconverter on your 1:4 as well.
Yeah,
and save you a lot of money.
But you see, Randall, that 180 to 600 compared with the 600, right? I mean, the 180 to 600 obviously is a zoom, very versatile.
Yeah.
Right? I would like to. That's a great photo if you are, let's say, in a place like Yellowstone. But if you're photographing bird, the beauty of the 600 PF is that it is so light, correct? Very easily handholdable, correct? All day, no problem. So if you're walking, take the 600. Now you're going to be stationary, and you have a tripod at hand, know that you can use it, then the 800.
Yeah.
If I had to pick one of the if I had to pick one of the two, and I would, I would do the 6.
Okay.
I would do the 6.
Well,
I mean, I have both. I have both, but unless you're going to turn yourself into a 90 percentile nature bird photographer, I would say, as long as you have that 600 millimeter reach, you're going to be good most of the time.
I'm going to be contrarian, and I've got the 1 to 400 plus the 800, and it's for an awful lot of the stuff that I shoot, I need the 800 because in the parks or whatever, you can't get close enough to an awful lot of this stuff.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of it you don't want to get close enough to.
Yeah.
But when I shoot horses, I use long glass, and Anita uses the 24-70, and sometimes that's too long for her.
Well, we can't help it if the horses like her, David, and they don't like you.
That is okay with me.
So I mean that's just my thoughts anyway. Worth about 5 cents, Randall. So
Well,
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 Randall,
Randall, don't worry.
Just to make it simple, just get the 600 TC, and then you've got both covered.
That's the Randall way. He probably ended buying them all anyway. So
I got all the cameras, so.
Randall, I'll tell you, you add much more in your house, your foundation is going to start cracking from the weight.
It's already there.
So Jeff's next shot here is of a let's see what he's got here. Eastern Towhee, 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 Eastern Towhee. I've never seen one of these.
yes.
And he didn't give me. Well, the settings are showing up on the screen here, but wasn't in the written notes here. But let me. So he shot this at. Let's see, 1/640th of a second, f7.1, ISO 4000 at 500 millimeters. This was with the with his Canon with the RF 100 to 500, f4.5 to 7.1 zoom.
Yes.
It's an excellent lens.
Yeah.
Did he say what camera? Was it the R5 II or R6?
He was using the R7.
Oh, the R7. Oh, got it. 1.6 crop. Yeah.
And one of the upcoming shots, a few down, though there's a shot in here that's black and white that Leslie took that she took with the R10, but we're not there yet. But when you see the black and white one, that'll be the one that Leslie took. But this is some ring neck ducks at sunrise. And this is with the same lens, the same camera, 1/640th of a second, f7.1, ISO 200 at 233 millimeters. So he wasn't really far away from these ducks. He was pretty close. And then it's got a nice soft background. I like that.
Yes.
Looks like a little bit of fog maybe in the background too.
Yes.
Probably early morning.
Yeah, early morning fog. And this next shot he took is of some. You have a combo platter here. You have the sandhill cranes, and you have some ring-billed gulls. And I've only seen one sandhill crane at the Brook Green Gardens, and it's a bird that is very common in Florida, of course. And according to someone who worked there, they acquired this bird, did an exchange of some kind with another location, and they got this crane, and it is not in captivity. I mean, it's not in an aviary. It's out in the wild, in the Brook Green Gardens properties. And Bob and I happened to catch it one day when we heard a sound that we never heard before, and was trying to follow the sound and figure out what it was. And it was just one of these birds. And like I said, for those of you that have gone to places where there's thousands of these, I don't know how you put up with the noise, because the noise from one drove me nuts. If there were 1,000, I'd have to have earplugs in my ears, because it would definitely drive me crazy. But Yeah, we've had a whole one that down here. It's not, we don't get them down here. So that's a neat shot with the two of them in there. Let me. And then this is another shot of the um,
Leucistic.
leucistic wild turkey, or par. He worded it. He said a smoke morph, partly leucistic wild turkey.
Beautiful. That's a rare bird. I hope he survives the winter.
Yeah. And then the last shot that he sent in, Leslie took with the R10 with the RF 18 to 150 150 lens, 18 to 150. So that's coming up right now. So this is a band that Jeff is in, and he's the one leaning against the post on the far right with the bass guitar. So that's what Mr. Sluter looks like. So you can now take a picture of this on your phone, and you have an official blackmail photo. And now everybody knows what Jeff looks like. Which is good. I don't want to be the only Jeff, that's on the show that people know that they know who they look like. Now they know Jeff Sluter. There you go. Rock
like
and roll.
the black and white treatment that he did on this one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so Leslie took that shot, did a great job. So that's it from Jeff and Leslie, and we're going to move on to Woody's images. So this is Woody's first image he sent me, which is just a house on a beach. I don't know if he's in the chat. I don't know. He is in the chat. Woody, where's the location? Can you share the location of this house? And I'll be jealous if you tell me that this is your summer home. So be careful how you answer this, because you may have a lot of visitors showing up. But wonderful shot, wonderful colors.
It's like close to a beach or something, right? It's like a sand dune.
Yeah. It's like surrounded by the sand dune all around. It looks like
Beautiful. Wow, OBX. I don't know what that is.
And
Yeah, good morning, Paul.
then somebody's got a siren going off.
Yeah, that's here.
They coming for you, David? They finally figured out you committed the crime. They're coming after you. His next image is of a what happened here?
Beautiful.
The next image is of their eagle release in Virginia. So they're releasing the eagle back into the wild.
You see, Jeff, so before you move into that's not that far from you. It's in the Outer Banks.
Oh, the Outer Banks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's probably like the other side of the state. But
I had a coworker that grew up there as a kid, lived there for a good part of his life, but they had unfortunately, they had several times where their house got destroyed and had to get rebuilt due to storms. Yeah. And then, of course, I think they redid most of the house in the Outer Banks, and they made them put them all on platforms, so they're all high off the ground. But they weren't always that way. I don't know if every house is like that, but a lot of houses got rebuilt and raised, like 10 feet up or more,
I think this is something that Woody had been doing. I think he mentioned a couple of shows ago that he had been photographing the release of some birds that have been taken into care for a little while.
Yep.
rehabilitated.
We have a big rehab center in South Carolina that's about probably from the park anyway. It's probably still a good hour and a quarter away. And they'll come down sometimes and release eagles at Huntington Beach State Park, and they'll announce it, and they'll get a crowd of 100 people or more that gather around, and they basically have it in the cage, and they'll open the cage and it flies out, but you have no idea which direction it's going to go once it gets out of the cage. So
Exactly.
usually we all guess wrong and don't get the shot,
I think he mentioned in one of the last show. I think it was in the show that you show some of the eagle photos that he have photographed some of the I think about 30 or something of these rehabilitated eagles. But he can tell us, Woody. You can tell us.
That's cool.
Beautiful. I love that image. Nice, nice exposure on the white of the eagle.
Now his next shot is another beach scene. And this is the last image that he sent in. This is probably in the same general location, I would imagine. But it's nice when when nature cooperates and decides to throw a bird into the sky near the sun. That's always
exactly.
You're always waiting and waiting and waiting for a bird to show up, and sometimes they never come.
Beautiful.
That's a great job. And then since I can't see you guys on the screen, I'm assuming, David, that you are with us now, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm here.
Because yours are coming up next. So I'm gonna.
So Woody said that he had photographed over 50 eagles releases in the last 8 years.
Wow.
And their official photographer. They post my photos on the website.
Great.
Yep.
Great.
So who's after me, Jeff?
After you, we have let's see. Wait a minute, it's not Nate right here. Let me go back. I might have screwed up. I'm confusing myself here. So well, we'll see. I might have accidentally dumped in Terry's shots twice here. I'll know when I get to him. If we already saw him, we'll move on. But I don't think so. I got more images from Terry after you, and then I've got Jim Eeds after that. So let me get back to your shots, David. You got a few in here, and I'll let you narrate. Here we go.
This one I shot with my Z8 and the 24-120, and this is the sunrise out my living room window. And I have to put up with this about half the mornings. And it is kind of rough, but somebody has to do it. So it's
yeah, I'd be complaining a lot too, I think.
Yeah, it's every year they build another building in front, so it's so in another couple of years it wouldn't be as well or as good. But on the right between the two lower buildings, you can see a flag there, and that's on the Stampede grounds. If you ever heard of the Calgary Stampede, but you probably can't see the flag, but I can.
I can see the flag on my screen. I can see the flag. I don't know if people can know from the.
You could always highlight the flag with your cursor, can you, Jeff?
Let me.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah.
There's a flag right here, guys.
You used to be able to see more than that, except they built all these buildings. But I play with the exposure compensation on this, so I can get the nicer, richer colors. But this is pretty close to what it looks like.
Beautiful.
Then you go to the next one. Okay, this one I shot with my 750. It's a full spectrum camera, but I have an infrared filter on it.
Okay. Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, and the false colors are nice, but but there is snow on the ground, so the trees always show up like all year round with the infrared. But and the sky comes in really dark, even though it's a clear day. It's we've been going from being really clear when there's no aurora to today I must have gotten 50 alerts, and you can't see a thing because of the clouds.
Yeah.
So, but anyway.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
This one I like a lot. This one's really cool. I like this a lot. This is great.
And this is the same treatment as the last one. And I noticed with these is as the picture is on the screen longer, it becomes sharper. Well, but that actually is snow on the ground on both sides of the walkway.
Wow.
Yeah. And the walkway is only paved on the right, not on the left. So that this is part of a running path.
You know,
And,
is it you have a sense? I get a sense when I look at this image. I get like, I don't want to say I get vertigo, but I'm following it and I feel like it's, I don't know, that things are, you just get that sense that things aren't straight or whatever, and the tree in the middle is straight, perfectly straight. So you know that it isn't anything that you did. It's just the way those other trees are and everything. It just kind of definitely
I shot
plays with my eyes a little bit, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I shot with the 24-70, the f mount on the f2.8, and when to shoot with this infrared, I have to use live view. Then I'm like these strange photographers that hold the camera way out in front of them at arm's length and try to get the shot and everything else. But that's the only way that I can make this thing work. But it works. And so like all of these shots are taken within walking distance of where I live. And this one is a war memorial. It's quite a few of our veterans that lost their lives. Their names are engraved in these stones.
Beautiful.
Here's this is a very good shot.
Okay. And this is back with my Z8. And this is an interesting bridge. It's they call it our peace bridge, and it's getting to be it is a tourist attraction now. There's the amount of foot traffic that goes across this is it's phenomenal. Like there's thousands of people a day, and to get a shot with nobody on it doesn't happen very often. You know, like I've been out here at 3 o'clock in the morning and I still had a dozen people in the picture. You know, and to get something during the day like this is extremely lucky because I didn't remove anybody with Photoshop. So
Yeah, they call this the cocoon bridge. It's like, I like this, man. This really just catches your eye. It's neat.
Yes.
It's neat. And I think that's the last one you sent me. So thank you so much for what you brought into the show.
Jeff, Terry mentioned that these are additional Terry
Yeah.
photos.
Yeah, the second. These are the extra ones he sent me. If he says if you need them, use them, and I go, if you sent them, I'm going to use them. You know, and I forgot about that.
yeah, all the shots that I put in here are all taken within walking distance of where I live, and I go by these things, well, at least 3 times a week as I go out for a walk. So you
Well,
get
you
to
know,
see
it's funny if we took a survey of everybody that's in the chat right now and said how many of you have taken pictures within a mile of where you live, you'd be surprised how many people probably have never taken a picture of anything within a mile of their house. You know, you're always, going to another destination. you miss what's right in front of your nose sometimes, or it's just like you just go, I see that every day, and you don't even think of taking a picture of it. But it's nice to see that you got some pictures of the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I'll answer Robert's question about focusing. Is that's why I use live view, because the camera will actually focus in live view in infrared and get it right or close enough. And
Yeah, and like in this image, you're stopped down to F14 as well. So
on this one I am. He's talking about the black and white ones.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's but
So we're gonna.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just, it's funny. You get this weird look, like how you got the more cleared area on each side here. You look at it, it makes you think there's like a board or something on each side, and it's just you got that strip that's cleared in the same exact part driving through this bridge.
Well, actually, the center is a bike path, and both sides are for walking on.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no vehicles at all.
No vehicles. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the part that almost looks like it's elevated, is like the separation between where the bikes go and the people go.
Yeah, well, the whole place where the people are is elevated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. I'm seeing that the areas where there's less snow and it looks higher. It's looked higher up. Okay, that explains that. All right, so our next image is going to be the second batch of images that Terry sent in to me, and this is a Australian Gala, Galah Gala parrot. This was with the Z9, with 100 to 400 zoom at 400 millimeters, f5.6, 1/200th of a second at ISO 90. And it was nice enough to pose for you.
Exactly.
And it didn't poop. That was a bonus. Didn't poop. And then Terry's next shot is another parrot. This is crazy, huh? And you can tell he's doing some serious panning here. He says this is another Australian parrot. This time it's the Crimson Rosella. This is from a walk in Dandenong forest looking for small things. He says he saw the rosella on the tree, and he just had the time to change his speed to 1250th of a second shutter speed when it flew out, and the rest of the pics were unusable. He says 12 in total, and this was the third shot out of the 12. But
These
it's
bu-
perfect.
Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Really like that one.
that's nice. That is so nice. That color of that bird is incredible.
Yeah.
The red on the top of the head, a little red on the cheek, on the side of the face is gorgeous. Man, you guys that live where all these pretty birds are, I'm jealous. Then he got a shot of this tiny tawny frogmouth owl. This was from a sanctuary, he said, in Healdsville, not so far from his home. This is with the Z9, with the 100 to 400 at 400 once again, f5.6, 1/160th of a second, ISO 640. That bird's got to be really small. I'll tell you, if it had its head turned and its eyes closed, you'd probably think it's just part of that branch.
Yeah.
You
Or
know,
log.
yeah, it'd be very easy to miss it. And then he sent in one more here, which is the, he says this is a black-fronted dotterel, 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 which is the size. He says that the size of the eggs attracted his attention first, and then the fact that it nested at the edge of a road. So this is on the edge of a road, and look how bright that the eyeliner is. Boy, this bird had makeup done, I'll tell you, around the eye. That's gorgeous, huh? That's that red circle around the eye.
But the eggs are big for the size of the bird, for sure.
Oh yeah. And the eggs blend in with the gravel, with the rocks perfectly. I'm sure that's intentional. It must lay its eggs near the edge of the road all the time, or in loose gravel. But that's a cool looking bird.
Yes.
But thanks, Terry, for your second round that you sent in. We appreciate it. And then
and now we know that the B side of Terry is also good.
yes. And this was with the, for those of you that may worry a little bit about how sharp the 180 to 600 is, this is at 600 with the 180 to 600 zoom. Now there are times, having both the 180 to 6 and the 600 PF, there are times where the 600 could be a little soft in some instances, but you don't take just one picture of a bird anyway. You know what I mean? Because sometimes when you're zooming, your first shot is like a throwaway shot anyway. You got to take multiple shots of the bird, and then usually the second or third shot in a series, it's going to be sharper. So get in the habit of doing short bursts when you take your images, especially when you're swinging around with a zoom lens, and then you may be zooming and then like taking the picture before you haven't stopped quite zooming yet or whatever, or you're still moving a little shaky with the lens, so you want to take multiple shots. So our next images coming up are going to be from Jim Eeds, and then Anita, Stewart, and Rakesh. So those are the next three sets of images coming up. And Jim sent in a bunch of images. From his. I'm in.
Wow.
A mode where it wants to jump around. He sent in a bunch of images. He has a 1/18 scale die-cast metal collection of a lot of different vehicles, and he usually does multiple stacking of images when he does these models. And he took these with a D850 and the Z9. Used a tripod, multiple LED lights with soft boxes. He had reflective plastic panels on the floor and miniature LED lights for color. And he stacked the images using Helicon Focus 8, Nikon NX2, and Photoshop Elements in post-processing. So you're going to see a series of car or truck photos in here, and I'm partial to one, and you'll know why when you see it. You'll get a good kick out of it. You may have seen it once before, I don't know, on an older show, but you'll get to see it again. And he has the year and the name of the cars in the bottom right hand corner. A 49 Mercury Coupe.
Love the color there, the purple tipping that he did on the color.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And a 1950 Mercury Woody. Just as I say, the words are in the lower right. It's in the upper left. I lied. Yeah, you got the surfboard sticking out of the back of this vehicle.
Nice lights as well.
Yeah, he spends a lot of time setting this up, and does a wonderful job with it. So every once in a while, he'll send me an image, some images that he takes privately, and they're always nice. I'm a Corvette nut, so I appreciate the 57 Chevy Corvette. Yeah. Even though I probably wouldn't have one that looks like this, because I would just get arrested every other day, get in a lot of trouble.
Nice. That in itself is an art, all this photographing this miniature car.
Yeah. Saturday night at Bob's Big Boy. Now the last shot, I don't know how he got this last model, because it's really unusual. It's some idiot named Selective Imagery on here that's seen on YouTube, and I didn't know that this was on any kind of a vehicle, and this is supposedly my '53 Ford F100. But yeah, he spent the time to no bird too fast. So yeah, I'm going to be partial to this image, I think.
Yeah, beautiful.
But
the question is, it looks like it's not in good condition, Jeff. This is not working. It's not working order. The hood is hot.
Well, the radiator overheated on me chasing all the birds is what it was.
Exactly.
But
yeah, you need a tripod and a camera.
Yeah.
A long lens.
Instead of the surfboard, he needs to put the tripod in the back.
But nice work, Jim. Very good. Very, very good. Yeah, Jim puts a lot of effort.
In addition to the great photography, and I love the lighting. Definitely, as you were saying, Jeff, you can see that Jim had put a lot of effort on, working on his lights. Right?
Yep. Wonderful.
And the reflections are fantastic.
And this is a great vehicle. I know I've driven this a lot. It doesn't get good gas mileage though. Just so you know. Now, the next images coming up are from Anita, and she sent me a bunch of pictures in 3 different categories. And so what I decided to do, she sent me quite a few images in 3 different categories. So what I did was I picked out some images from each category, and then I saved the rest for next month. So she doesn't have to send me any unless she wants to for next month. But but these are it's a wide variety of images, different subject matter that she sent in. So I figured I'd start it off with one that will wake us all up if we're starting to fall asleep. So pow, there you go, right in your eyeballs. There you go.
Yeah.
So this was with, I'm going to go by what's on the screen. It's funny that some of the metadata will show up for the images, that I have in here in Lightroom, and then there are a handful where the metadata does not show up for whatever reason. But thankfully, probably 80% of these shots, the metadata does show up. So this is
What
it.
will be a setting in Lightroom or Photoshop when it gets exported into as a JPEG?
Yeah.
I
So
need
this
to
is
check.
with the Z mount 70 to 180 f2.8 lens, and this is at 105 millimeters. So proof positive here. You don't need a macro lens to take wonderful flower photos, people. You don't need a macro lens. This is 1/320th of a second at f11, ISO 200 at 105 millimeters with the Z mount set with the Z 70 to 180 f2.8 lens. And I don't think any of us would complain about that image at all. Nice job. Now this next one, I laugh because you see the house through the tree line there, and all these colors. I'm thinking this is an alien invasion or an alien. The people in that house are being removed and beamed up. I think that was my thought pattern when I saw this shot. Really neat. This is with the. She used the 28 millimeter f1.4 lens, 1 second shot at f1.4 ISO 1600.
Wow.
And because it's a 28 millimeter lens, you got great depth of field even when you're shooting it at 1.4, and it looks great.
David, you need to try to do one of these photos. Combine a infrared exposure with a natural light aurora. It's going to look incredible.
Because of the way the Nikon F-mount cameras are designed, you can't do that because there is a light source inside the camera that shines on the sensor that tells the camera when the shutter is open. So I can't use my full spectrum camera after dark at all. But this 28 f 1.4, it's a Sigma. It's an F. But it's a really nice lens because Nikon doesn't have anything that's comparable to it. And it's a hole in their lineup.
Yeah, they have a few holes still. They took care of They took care of the nature and bird folks first, and they forgot about everybody else. And I'll be honest with you, I had stated many times, hey, we're good for now. Go ahead, go do some wide angle stuff, do something for other people, But they kept cranking out stuff for the nature and wildlife people, and they kind of and they still are kind of sleeping at the wheel with some of the wide angle offerings. I mean, that's why I bought the Viltrox lens for Christmas, the 16 millimeter 1.8, because I'm not waiting for Nikon to come out with one anymore, So, and I did take a few images with that lens, by the way, in the last week, and I was very happy with the results. I mean, it's a very sharp lens. Very, very, very nice lens.
And this is why I've gone to Laowa for 10, 12, and 15. They're primes, and Nikon has nothing.
Yeah.
And like the Aurora, it's going to be active for maybe another year, and then it's going to be very infrequent for the next 8 or 9. So if you don't have it soon, it's going to be too late.
Exactly.
And this is her next shot. This is with the 24 to 70 f4 Z lens at 24 millimeters. F10 ISO 200, 1/400th of a second. It's a very well composed image. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. And then she
We
goes.
don't get many colors in Alberta.
Yeah.
You know? And this is Morant's Curve.
Mm.
It's right
So
beside Lake Louise.
So you got a railroad going through there, huh? Looks like railroad tracks.
Yeah. This is a very famous place for photography and for painting. You can Google Morant's Curve and it'll take you right to it.
Now, is the train that rides the rails there? Is that a train like commercial stuff, or is it passenger train with people, or both?
Both. This is Canadian Pacific, Kansas City's main line, going between Calgary and Vancouver, and it's when the trains go so many one direction, and then they'll stop, and then they'll go the other direction, and you can get a train as often as every 20 minutes, or they can be as far apart as 10 hours. I've waited as long as 6 hours for a train.
And that's on your way to Banff, correct?
Yeah, this is Lake Louise is if you follow the track, it's only 3 kilometers away.
Okay.
David, you had a question from Rakesh asking, how is the 12 millimeter 2.8 from Laowa? How do you like that lens?
It's great. That one there, the one I have is the F mount version. My 10 and my 15 are Z mount. And if the problem that I have with the Z mount cameras is they play with the focus when you turn the camera off and back on. But with the Laowa lenses, because they're completely manual, they work great. Because you focus it, and then you still got to check it every half hour or so, but you can change batteries and not have to check your focus. But they're nice lenses. They're the sharpest lens on the block at the moment. You know, there's no competition that I know of. You know. And got great photography again, Anita.
Indeed.
I'm gonna move to Anita's next shot here.
Oh yeah, that's wonderful.
That's cool, huh? No pun intended when I said that either. That's cool.
You don't have to time lapse it; it's already frozen.
That's a good one. Time is frozen.
Yeah, we're getting lots of puns tonight.
Then she had a few shots here that I pulled out of the third theme of images that she sent, which was wildlife. You got some osprey activity here.
Yes.
Now that looks like that obviously is a prepared nesting area for them, possibly, or something that some structure that they decided to put a nest on.
Yes.
And then she's as David said, she's good with horses.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah, where the osprey are, there's a soccer field 500 meters away, and the osprey used to nest on top of one of the lights, and so they couldn't use that light. So what they did is that they put up a nest that is just as high and is a better location, and the osprey have been using it ever since.
Great,
Yeah,
great portrait.
looking at the chat here, Real Nikon Lovers saying that they have the Tehachapi Loop about 2 miles from where he lives. It's treacherous for trains. He says they had a derailment this past week.
Oh.
And then Scubarazzi's asking you, David, if you also have the Laowa 10 millimeter autofocus lens.
I'm just checking to see which one I have.
Okay. I'm going to grab something to drink, guys, for a second here. I'm going to leave the horsey picture up for a minute. I got some people that have, obviously they raise horses or train horses. They have a property with quite a few horses on it. I keep telling myself I'm going to go knock on their door one day and say, hey, if you mind if I could take some pictures of your horses, and I'll make you some prints for free if you let me do that. But I haven't gotten around to it yet. But they got some beautiful horses on their property. So one of these days I'll make the time to go do that. But I'll be back in about 2 minutes, folks.
Okay.
Yeah, now Paul, the lens that I have, the Laowa 10, it's autofocus, but I run it on manual all the time.
Mm.
And the depth of field is such that if you stop it down to anything more than 5.6, it is in focus right from just about 5 millimeters away from the lens to almost infinity. The depth of field is fantastic on this. Yeah, and there's very little barrel distortion, which is even nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And David and Anita, these are one of the wild horses that Anita photographed, correct?
Yeah, like these are the ones that I use the 800 for, and she uses the 24 to 70.
Yeah, but she
didn't, but she can get away with the 24 to 70. She usually goes out with 2 cameras.
with the 24-70 you get closer.
Well,
I like the 180 to 600.
Well, see, it depends on the horse, and after a while, she gets to know the horses. And there's some horses she can go right up to, and there's some horses that they can right up to her.
Oh wow!
Yeah, but it's totally different photography with depending on your focal length, because if you shot this with the 24 to 70, everything would be in focus, or a lot more so than this. And but it's it's depending on the effect that you want.
Beautiful.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been using the 70 to 200 more than the 24 to 70. So, but yeah, it's excellent.
So I am back in the saddle again here. So let's see who we got coming up here. Move all my drinks here. I feel like I'm a bartender here tonight. Actually, Dave is the bartender. He's the one drinking liquor. So the next images are from Rakesh. Bring up his first one. And this is from, all these images are taken, he says, at Harriman State Park, which I don't know where that is. Maybe he could comment on where that location is. And he took these images with the Z7 II. And this first photo is with the 24 to 120 Z-mount lens. And then the subsequent 2 photos after this are with the Z100 to 400 lens. So this is the 24 to 120. And then the next one here. Fagaria. And he's got one more here.
Yeah.
I like this one a lot because you do have you have some contrast there with that little island, a little crop of land.
I like that too.
Yeah. That's good. That's really nice. One of those photos that calms you down, you know. Rakesh, thank you, sir. He says New York. He says New York, New Jersey border. New York is where he took these. New York, New Jersey border in New York. Okay. Very good. Very good.
Yeah, I like the mood.
Yeah. Now we got some images. I think this individual, I finally got his name. His name's Gary. He was going by his name on the chat was GZ-N3. He's kind of new to our crowd here, and he just changed his name to dash GAZ9 is his new moniker that you're going to see in the chat if he's in here or shows up in here. But he last month he sent in a bunch of pictures from the Santa Pod racetrack, and he sent in some more from that racetrack. He spends a lot of time there, so I will be showing you some of the images that he took from the racetrack. This is F9. This is with a 35 to 135 lens. Not sure what camera body. He didn't tell me what camera he used. He says this pic. So it's a set of pictures, but he says this pic, he says, took ages to get because it was one of many being displayed by a car club, and so it's getting a lot of attention. It's got a lot of people around it, of course, and he had to wait for a gap to appear with nobody around the car, which could take forever at times. He says in order to isolate the car further, he shot low down but facing up, which took out other cars next to it, plus the many people that were at the venue. He says the owner of the car found his level of patience funny. He says, but it was worth it. This is with the D300, my old camera, Nikon D300, 35 135 AFD lens at 38 millimeter, ISO 200, f9, 1/320th of a second. Nice shot.
Indeed.
Nice shot. Then his next entry here is this one is with the Nikon D700 and the 85 millimeter f1.4, ISO 500, f3.5, 1/80th of a second. He says he took this shot a couple years ago when he stayed on during the evening. He says it shows the back of a food trailer or someone is taking a break. And then you can see the head of their colleague in the lit window, which is at the customer-facing side of the trailer. He says, while not the best example, it's the kind of documentary picture that he likes to take. I like taking pictures. I like taking pictures like this. Sometimes I'll have to dig some out. I got one that I like that I took at a state fair when it was dark. And you get pictures of the workers, making the food or serving the food or whatnot, and there's fun to take those pictures when it's dark. This is kind of along that same line. A good shot, well done. And then his next entry here is with the back using the D300 again with the 80 to 200 f2.8 AFD lens at 86 millimeter, ISO 200 f5.6, 1/400th of a second. He says he was walking away from the pit area when he spotted this guy on his phone during his team's downtime. And he said he ended up giving him a printed copy that he was grateful to receive. And that's a very nice thing to do. That's a very nice thing to do. And you know what, you do stuff like that, then being someone that goes to that same venue a lot, people remember that, and they are more likely to not have an issue with you taking pictures of their stuff because you're nice enough to do something like that. And his last shot that he sent in, and this is with a totally different camera. He took this. He says when this rocket car was about to warm up, because everyone went to see it run through the track, so he decided to stay behind some wire fencing at the back of the start line. This picture was taken at the start of the warm up and before the whole area was covered in smoke, which was like 5 minutes later. And this was taken with a Fuji X-T1 and a 50 to 230 millimeter f4.5 to 6.7 lens at 75 millimeter f11 1/125th of a second. That's a cool shot.
Great photos, definitely. It reflect the kind of the feeling of the environment being there in the track, correct?
Yeah. So Gary, now that we know your name is Gary, we appreciate you sending in these images. Keep it up. I hope you're in the chat, or we'll be in the chat later on. And but thank you for sending these to us. We appreciate it. I want to make kind of a statement here, not to get on the pedestal here and preach to the choir per se, but sometimes I get comments, like, well, there's so many bird photos, there's so many nature photos, and I don't, and I never will with the photo review is try to pick a genre or a topic and make people take pictures of it, because I believe that everybody has a preference with what they like to take, and I'm not going to make a photo challenge out of the photo review and try to get people to take images of something that they're not, where they may not even like to take those types of images. So I want people to send in what they're comfortable, what they normally take, what they like to shoot. But I get some comments sometimes, oh, there's so many nature pictures, and it's like, well, that's just some of the demographics of the show. But I encourage everyone out there, don't for 1 minute, do not feel that this photo review is meant to be a nature and bird photo review. It is not that at all. We want whatever you take, people pictures, portraits, landscape, weddings, flowers, cityscapes, seascapes, landscapes, whatever you take, don't take bird pictures because I take bird pictures or because Gustavo takes bird pictures. You take what you like to take, and that's what you send in, because we want to see a variety. I mean, I certainly want to see 50% of the pictures being bird pictures. Okay. And I know I send in a lot of them, but I mean, I do take a lot more than bird pictures. You just don't see a lot of those images, but please don't change what you shoot thinking that this is a nature and bird show, because this is just a photography show. Take what you like to take and send it in. And now I'm off my soapbox.
Well, it can be like me, because I almost refuse to send in bird pictures. Anything but. And we need variety. We need all the different genres. Is maybe what you'll do is you'll spark an interest in somebody else to get into And the other thing is the techniques that you use in other genres. It even though it's not what you shoot, it may be something that you want to use in your genre. You know?
Yeah, this is all about people learning from each other. And if we're all taking the same thing, what are we learning, right? We're just getting the same story from different people saying the same thing. So take what you like to take and share those with everybody. And this is not the Jeff Neville Nature and Wildlife Show. Okay, this is a photography show. So send what you want to send.
And you don't need the latest gear. You can use
And
old
no.
stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's amazing what you can get to it with old manual equipment. You know, when it's I still use my 750. It's and I use my 850 too. My 810A is older than my 850, and that's what I use for Aurora photography. So I've got, and I stay away from my Zeds when I shoot Aurora. I'll take out my 850 and my 810A first, and then if it's something that they need my Laowa lenses for, then I'll bring up my F mounts, but not unless I do need it. So,
The
old gear is still good.
Absolutely. And it was nice to see a shot here that Gary took using a Fuji camera, because I don't really know that we have that many Fuji people in here, and I like Fuji cameras. I had no problem with Fuji cameras, and so whatever you use, man. Whatever's right for you. That's all that matters. Our next images coming up are going to be we got images coming up from Martin Hild. So we got some from Martin, and we got Robert Rosado. I call him Bob Rosado. He sent some images in. And then after him, we have, let's see, Scubarazzi. Images from Scubarazzi. So we're getting there. So let me get back here and bring up one of Martin's first shot, and his commentary with his prior to talking about the image. His commentary to me was, he says, I have to say that the last month was quite challenging photography-wise. He says no flowering orchids, because he does like orchid. He says, though he did find leaves. He says no birds nor any other animals, but we got a bit of winter. He says no snow, but freezing fog. He says, so the trees were covered in thick, frosty layers. He says, so here goes. Maybe somewhat colder feeling pictures, and they may be more boring than usual. And he says, I don't care. I like them. Well, you're the only person that has to like them anyway. Remember that. He says his brother surprised him with a glass ball for Christmas. He says, maybe I can see the future in it, and maybe not. Says he drove above the cloud layer and positioned it on a tree trunk. He says it's shortly pre-dawn, and he likes the mixture of cold and warm colors. He says, let me tell you, it was freezing cold, literally. Taken with the Z6 II, the Nikkor 50 millimeter f1.8s, 1/160th of a second, ISO 100 at f3.5. So that's an interesting image. And no pun intended. That's a cool shot. Ha ha ha. So his next shot that he sent in, he says, this shot was taken 2 days later during a short walk. The fog had thickened, and he had no chance to climb above anymore. He says, not sure it comes across, but he says the fog had a magical eeriness to it. Yeah. This is with the Z6 II as well, the same 50 millimeter 1.8s lens, 1/400th of a second, ISO 100 at f1.8. And then that same day, he got the following shot. Okay.
Now, is that a shadow in the back, or is that another tree on that image? Or the one previous?
Oops. That are other. Those are other trees in the background through the fog.
Wow.
And here he kind of isolated this one. And he said this was taken the same day. He says he likes this one more. He says, again, there's no snow. This is just frost.
Yeah.
It's all frost, which is really eerie looking to get a heavy frost like that.
Freezing fog always give you that effect.
Yeah. So this was same as before with the Z6II with the 50 millimeter lens.
Wow.
And then his last image that he sent in, he said he took this one 3 weeks earlier. He says, same weather. He says, same weather. You see a pattern? ? And he says, winter can be kind of tiring. He says, this time, however, shot from a meadow that he monitors for orchids in the summer towards a neighboring forest. And this one he took with the Z9 with the Nikkor 70-200 f2.8s at 1/80th of a second, ISO 1800 at f8. So Martin, you told a story at a time of year when you think everything is yuck, and you put a story together with these images. So you did a good job. So you as we say, you have to work with what you get and what nature presents to you, and you made the most out of it. And they're really cool. I mean, when I lived in Connecticut, we would get frost, but not like this. So we basically either have frost or we get freezing rain. So you'd get the trees with the freezing rain on the branches, and then as Chuck will say, you get freezing rain in Connecticut. That's horrible because you just end up with a lot of trees that fall down. They can't, and limbs, because they can't handle the weight of the ice.
That's right.
And, and you get all sorts of problems on the highways with trees having fallen down or big branches having fallen down. It's a real pain in the neck.
A day to stay home and do some photography.
Yeah, it's a day to stay home. But thank you, Martin. We appreciate it. Now, Robert
And he
Rosado.
doesn't have to shoot in infrared.
Yeah, he doesn't have to use infrared. Yeah. He just makes a phone call and he says, bring in the freezing fog, please. Bring it in. So Bob Rosado took some images from the 20. You're going to see these first three images are from the 2023 Rolex 24-hour race at Daytona. So let me bring up the first image. So he's been at that race 4 or 5 times since the mid 80s, he says. So he went in 2023, and at that time, that's when he decided to pull the trigger on the Z9 the week before to have it for this trip, and he ended up taking over 4,000 images over that weekend. So that's a good way of breaking in your camera with a 4,000 shot photo shoot is pretty impressive. And this is a shot of one of the corners in the infield of the course late in the afternoon. Z9 with the 300 millimeter f4 PF lens. Okay, remember, folks, they do have a 300 millimeter PF lens in the F mount.
Yes.
For those of you that don't remember that, and he used his Gitso GM4552L monopod at its full extension of 75 inches, so that he could shoot over his head to clear the 6-foot chain link fence. So this is a 1/1000th of a second at f4 ISO 800. Then his next shot. Oops, yeah, there we go. So his next shot is another one of the corners. in the infield late in the afternoon. Z9 with the 70-200 f2.8 VRS lens at 200 millimeters on a monopod. Once again, 1/1000th of a second f4 is at ISO 800. So then he decided to take a long exposure shot of the cars entering and exiting the infield of the course at night, showing the trail of lights from the cars, which is really, really cool. He says he did not have a set of ND filters with him, so in order to get a long enough exposure, he had to shoot at f22. So you're shooting at f22, and it works, guys.
Yeah.
He says,
Jeff, the Paul Scubarazzi is in the green room.
okay. As soon as I finish talking about this image, I'll bring him in.
Yes.
Sorry, Paul. Be with you in a second. So he says he didn't have a set of ND filters, so he had to shoot at f22. And he says they don't allow you to bring tripods or monopods into the stands, so he had to brace the camera and lens on the seat armrest, taken with the Z9 and the 70-200 at 110 millimeter, 4-second exposure at f22, ISO 64.
Oh, wow.
Give me a second to bring in Paul. Hello, Paul.
Good morning. Can you
How
hear
are
me?
you, sir? Are you having you on your 5th cup of coffee?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are.
Can-
Okay.
So I assume you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you fine, and thanks for joining us tonight. And I mentioned to everyone that you'll be talking about when I get to your images. I'll let you talk about your images, and then actually, if you want, it'll give us a little break between the images. Since there was some commentary you sent me about the Z52 and talking about the D500, maybe when you're talking about your images, if you put anything together to elaborate on that comparison at all, I'll have you share that, and it'll be like a little break in the action from the rest of the photos, and then we'll get back to the rest of the photos.
Yeah, sure, however you want.
Okay, so we'll finish up with we'll catch up to your images here, which shouldn't be too far away, and then we'll take a little bit of a break. We'll show the rest of Robert's shots here, and let's see. All right, so Robert took this shot in April of 2021 at the McLean Game Refuge that's near him. Okay, he lives in Connecticut. He was shooting the reflection of the trees with the fog, and a Canada goose decided to wade through the image. He says that he would have preferred it to be further away from him, maybe halfway towards the island, but he didn't. So he didn't want to go back for another lap, wait for him to eventually get closer to the island. But nonetheless, it's an interesting shot. He has something, in the foreground element. Of course, you got the reflection of the trees as a foreground element too, but the bird is a little extra. Oops, jumping ahead, a little bit extra bonus.
Fog seems to be the recurring theme of the show today.
Well, we shoot in the fog half the time. We shoot in the fog half the time anyway, don't we?
Yeah, we're all getting to be at that age that we're a bit foggy anyway.
Yeah. So I got a few more from him. Actually, I got 2 more from him, and then Paul, your images are right after that. So it's perfect. Perfect timing for you coming in. So Bob's next shot here is of he says this was taken on May 24th at Arcadia Wildlife Sanctuary in East Hampton, Massachusetts. The Z9 with the 500 PF lens.
Oh, yeah.
PF. Exposure 1/2000th of a second at f5.6, ISO 280. He says it is a heavy crop. So here's where, you get a little, you don't have to crop as much with a 600. You crop even less with the 800, but, a 600 is still, for many, if you were going to pick one lens, you'd want to have that 600 reach. And then one more image that he sent in here. Okay, he says this was taken, let me make sure. No, this is not what I wanted. Somehow I messed up here. Oh, I got a few images here. I'm losing track. I had 3 images left from him, not 2. So this was at the same wildlife sanctuary in Massachusetts. This is with the 500 PF as well. And then his last image that he sent to us was, he has a story behind it. He says this was taken on the evening before the 2017 total solar eclipse in Madras, Oregon. He says over 100,000 people descended onto Madras, Oregon, population of about 6,000 people for the eclipse. He says he was in a car camping in a field across from the airport. He says best $25 he spent. That evening there was a gorgeous sunset, and the clouds just started lighting up to prepare us for the show that was to come the next day. So he started taking some pictures. Because all of a sudden there's a group of 5 World War II aircraft that fly over in formation. Well, there was one that was a little bit lagging behind, as you could see. But he says they start peeling off one by one to go in for a landing. So the Madras airport is home to the Erickson aircraft collection. The aircraft consisted of a P-38 Lightning, a P-40 Warhawk, a P-51 Mustang, a Corsair, and a P-47 Thunderbolt, taken on a Nikon D810 with the 24-70 2.8 lens at 70 millimeter, 1/640th of a second at f13, ISO 2000. And he says, don't ask me why I was shooting at f13 when I'd be focusing at infinity. Okay, Bob, we won't ask you that then.
It works.
Matters is it doesn't matter. It works, right? It worked.
Exactly.
But that's a cool shot. That's
very cool. Very cool.
So that's all of Bob's entries for this month. So we thank you for your contribution.
Yeah, just remember, photography is a compromise, and this compromise happened to work or suit the occasion. Yeah. So that's all that matters.
So the next images, Paul, are going to be yours, and I'll extend happy New Year wishes to you, as you did in your write-up of these images, and I'll bring them up one at a time and let you talk to them. So we'll start with your first image.
Sure. So again, good morning and Happy New Year to everyone. As I wrote to Jeff, so basically the topic was the Z52. I got it as a Christmas present, so I took it out to do some shots. The first shot is done with the Z52 and the 28 to 400 millimeter Z lens. As you see, this is my friend who is a falconer who has those falcons. Most of you have already seen pictures of Lena. That's basically the bird. Challenging here is that the bird is really fast, moving like 50 to 100 kilometers an hour. Also, the background is kind of challenging for the focus. I have to say the Z50 is not doing, or the new Z50 is not doing that bad. It's of course, it's not like the Z8, but it's way better than the Z51, so the old version.
Right.
The old
Yes.
version. Yeah. So this picture was taken with 1/4000th of a second. Let me check. With a f7.6 on and the ISO 3600. So I was really surprised how good it kept focus on the bird. It's not, as I said, it's not as perfect as the Z8, but it's way better than the old one. If you go to the next picture. So here again, one thing that the falconer is doing with the bird is when the bird approaches, he throws up a little piece of meat and the bird is catching that. Normally it's really challenging because the bird flies towards you and keeping up the focus is very hard. Here, I have to say the difference between the Z8 and the Z52 is, yeah, you can see it, so it loses more focus in the movement towards you than it does with the better camera, but it still works, right? It's still really good. So what you see here is the second before, or the fraction of a second before the bird got the piece of meat here. Also here, same camera, same lens. This time I shot it with 1/3200th of a second. And exactly this is the next picture. As you see, because the camera is doing 11 frames per second with the full autofocus, you see the big difference already in the 0.1 second time difference when the bird approaches and catches the meat. Of course, here the settings are exactly the same because it's just the next picture taken. But I have to say the camera performs really well here. For that price point, it's great. Another picture I took is of this seagull. Also here, bird in flight. The autofocus on the bird's eye worked really well, especially when the bird moves parallel to you. It's performing really perfectly, so no issues there. Here I used the Z180 to 600 millimeters. The shutter speed was 1/320th of a second with an f6.3 on full 600 millimeters. So I was really able to follow the bird all the time in the air. And what is also good with the 180 to 600, so that you can change the zoom. I really like that, because if I would have just a 600 PF or so, would be quite hard to follow such birds here. Yeah, and the next picture I took of a starting seagull. It's not with the pre-release capture, so I was waiting for the bird to start with the regular settings, because I want to shoot in RAW. Also here the camera performs really well, so the bird was not very far from myself, so it was like 5 meters, 15 feet away from me, so it was rather close and started in direction of myself, and the first 3-4 pictures were sharp, then it was focused, but I was pretty happy that the camera got along well with that. So I would say for that price point, Z52, it's really good. Yeah.
Now, do you have anything that you need me to bring up on the screen?
So I could share my screen. I did a little Gustavo-like presentation if you're interested in to compare.
Yes.
To have at least my feedback after a few shots that I took with the camera. So let me see.
Let me get rid of that. Oh, there. We do exist. I thought we were gone. We do exist.
So I'll share.
All righty. So we'll get your information up here and let you rock and roll here.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. So basically, in the past, I had all three of those cameras. So I used to have the D500 before it stopped working. I used to have the Z50, and now I have the Z52. So I did a little comparison, also how I feel about the cameras. So just a little table. It's not as detailed as the one that Jeff did a few months ago. I really picked out what I think is really important or could make the difference. So what you see on the first line is when the cameras came out. So many people try to compare the Z52 with the D500.
Mm-hmm.
It's, of course you can compare it, but let's state the facts that the camera, the D500 will be 8 years old now. So it's rather an old camera. On the other side, 8 years ago, the D500 was a different kind of camera, right? It was the baby flagship. DP review, it was, it got a score of over 90%. So this is already a really good camera. Also, the price point is $2,000. So I mean, the expectations on the camera were different. On the other side, of course, 8 years have passed by, so technology has changed from DSLRs to mirrorless. There is features that are different, so we can maybe compare it with that. But the comparison is not fair. Only if we consider already the price that used to be double to what we have with the Z50s nowadays. What you see is also how long I used to shoot with the camera. So basically, I shot with the D500 for 6 years or over 6 years before it stopped working suddenly. During the time, I bought myself a Z50 because I didn't want to invest in the expensive Z6 or Z7 just to test mirrorless. I was wondering if mirrorless would be any good, so I got the Z50. The specs used to look really similar to the D500, but I have to say I was really disappointed at that time because the autofocus was way worse, and also the image quality, even though they had the same sensor, the image quality was, I didn't like the colors. I don't know why. Also, after editing the pictures, I was not happy at all with that. So as you see, I had quite some experience with the D500. So it made more than those $250,000 shots that they promise before it died on me. But it was a heavily used camera. The Z50 I used a lot for filming because filming was way better than the D500. D500 video was not very good, to be honest. And as you see, I have now the Z50 Mark II or two for 2 weeks, around 2 weeks. Haven't done so many pictures with it, but at least a few.
5400 is good for a couple weeks.
Yeah, but it's Yeah, but if you go shooting birds, I mean, the
Yeah.
numbers go up really quickly,
Yeah.
and we'll also see why, basically. So the main difference is the processors. I didn't feel that with the D500 the XP5 processor was slow, because of course a DSLR is working totally differently than a mirrorless camera. Mirrorless camera needs a way stronger processor. So for me, the difference between the D500 XP5 and the Z50 Mark II X-Speed 7 wasn't that big, but the difference between the X-Speed 6 and the X-Speed 7 on the mirrorless camera, it's massive. So you can really feel that it's performing way better. One thing that also is different is the battery. I do not like this EN-EL25 battery. It's just too small, and of course it needs to fit into these cheap bodies, but I do not like it, to be honest. The battery life, this is the CIPA rating. As we know, the CIPA ratings are far off, but I have to say that with the Z52 currently, the battery drains really fast, and you start shooting and it already starts blinking red. So it's so I have 4 batteries that I carry around all the time. This is really a little bit frustrating. One thing that is really good is that you can power your Z52 with USB-C. So when I'm filming and have my camera on a tripod, I power it via USB-C and the power bank. This is a really good feature that I missed with the other 2 cameras, especially with the Z50 also there. Yeah, they said you have a record limit of a half an hour, and everybody was shocked and said, oh, only a half an hour. But yeah, the battery would be empty probably before that, especially if it's cold outside. So it's a joke in this area. Also, the weight got a little bit heavier from the Z52 than the Z50. You can feel it, but it's okay. I like the weight. Also, the feeling of the camera feels better than the Z50. It's totally fine. I'm really happy with that.
Well, let me ask you a question regarding the weight, because it's obviously significantly lighter than the D500 was. Do you equate the weight difference? Do you like hold the Z52 and say, gee, I don't think the build quality is as good as the D500, or do you feel that the build quality is just as good? It's just that it uses more lightweight material.
I have the feeling it feels really good in the hand. So it's hard to compare it nowadays with the D500 because I haven't shot it for a while. But if I compare it to the Z8, it's really good, and it feels a little bit more or better than the Z50. But already the Z50 was quite good. It was not so big, but it's okay. And I like the weight difference. So that it makes a difference when you carry it around the whole time, especially if you have it like with the 180 to 600 millimeters. So I think there you feel the difference, and it's totally okay. Maybe it's not as well balanced with this lens, but this is just details.
Yeah.
No, but the build quality of the camera is really good, so I couldn't complain. And I have to also to say the Z50 for the price point and what camera it is, it feels really good in the hand as well. Then the viewfinder. One thing that was really bad with the Z50 was the viewfinder. So follow up the birds in flight was really a pain in the behind. So the first camera where it got better was probably the Z9, Z8, and Z50 is not as good, so it has still this flickering, of course, because it doesn't have this the stacked sensor, but it's good. The brightness, yeah, little bit noticeable, but not so relevant for me, to be honest. But I do not have this. I can follow up on the bird, and that is really important to me. And why I didn't give a full smiley to the D500 is that with the Z52, you of course see what you get. With the D500, you just see what you see.
Yeah.
So this is basically the difference. Yeah, the screen, of course, DSLRs, the screen is good, but if you do live view, it just doesn't work, right? So it used to work a little bit for for videos, but not really for photos, to be honest. But this is normal. Yeah, obvious point is of course the card slot. Only one card slot instead of two, but I never had a SD card failing on me. I had micro SD cards already failing on me a few times, but never an SD card. One big difference to me is the external interface. So this is this 10-pin port that doesn't exist in the Z50s. I like it in the D500 and in the Z80, Z8, not Z80, because I have quite a lot of gadgets that I use for connecting my camera and play around. So this is something that I missed a little bit with the Z50s. Now to the photo features, as we said, the sensor seems to be the same one, even though the photo quality of the old C50 didn't make me happy at all. It was kind of, I don't know, especially the green colors were always a little bit too much. So I always had to desaturate them because I wasn't happy with the green colors. This is way better with the Z50 now, with the new Z50. Frames per second, you know it, it's a specs. What I have to say is the old Z50 didn't perform well with autofocus in this 11 frames per second. The Z52 does. So you can go full high speed on 11 frames per second and the performance is good. A downside of the camera is the shutter speed. It's only 1/4000th of a second, and also only, I'm not sure, I think only with the electronic shutter. So I changed the shutter once and it was 1/2000th of a second. That is really annoying, especially when you try to photograph falcons, and so it's too slow. It could be more, to be honest. One really good thing is the buffer. That was a brilliant thing on the D500. It was way better than most of the cameras out there during that time. So you could shoot for several seconds with full burst. You couldn't do that with the Z50, and you can again do that with the Z52. The 200 frames is basically limited by this feature that if you would press by mistake your shutter in the backpack or so, that it wouldn't fill up your card or break the shutter or whatever. Focus, as I said, pretty happy with that. Compared to the D500, so the D500 focus was really good. Nowadays it's hard to compare the old focus systems to the new ones because now we have stuff like bird eye autofocus that we didn't have with the D500. Probably it it nails more shots with the new camera than with the D500. It's hard to compare, but what I can say, of course, is that the autofocus with the Z50 was okay, but it was not brilliant compared to the other cameras. Focus points, I have to say it's not so relevant for me, the difference. I do not feel that too much. I just added it here. Some features that I wanted to mention that the Z52 has, because I like to play around with such features, is this pre-release capture that is now there. It has this option of focus stacking that the other two do not have, and for time lapses, interval shooting, all three of them have. This is a feature that I use quite often, and I like it. So for me, those are important. Maybe video specs. So of course, D500 was not a really good video camera like all of those DSLRs. I liked what they changed on the Z52 is mainly the video, the bit depth. So the 10-bit, this is something that I really like. Video quality is better with that, and the video autofocus is better than it used to be. It's not perfect, but it's okay. And it has the high-res zoom, a feature that I also like on those cameras that the old ones didn't have. So my opinion about the camera, to make it short. So what I really like is now the powering by USB-C, especially when filming. This is a very, very neat feature that I missed with the Z50 a lot. The autofocus is way better. The image buffer is way better. The feeling and the usability is much better than the Z50. I would like to have it anyway still a little bit more. So the menu is very similar to the Z80, the Z8, but like the iMenu configuration is a little bit different. They have same features, but they feel a little bit different between the Z8 and the Z52. They could align that a little better, but it's not so bad. And I like the 10-bit video feature because the quality of the videos is better than with the old Z50. What I do not like is this battery, what they have, especially because during a certain time in the past, this battery was not easy to get by. So I had only 2 batteries. I wanted to buy more in the past, and they didn't exist. Meanwhile, they have also alternative, like from our small rig that make good batteries, and they have quite a lot of batteries on stock. So this is better, but not perfect. Of course, I miss this external 10-pin port, but this is me. And the single card slot, it would be nice to have a second slot, but for a camera in this price point, this is just pure luxury if you have it. So it's nothing to complain about. Conclusions is if it's worth to replace the D500 and Z50, it totally depends on what your expectations are. So what we have to say, the camera is in a price point, in a reasonable price point. So what you get a lot of camera for your buck. If you want to replace it, if you're an animal or sports photographer, it may make sense to replace your D500, and it may for sure sense to replace the Z50. Also, if you're a videographer or vlogger, because of the better video quality, the better video focusing capabilities, and for the vloggers with this flippy screen, but I'm not a very big fan of the flippy screen, to be honest. If you're a general photographer and you take pictures of your family or nothing that moves really fast, maybe it's not worth replacing the camera, because the other two make good pictures as well, right? So
Yeah,
that's
when
yeah.
I think when we had a discussion, not even sure how long ago it was, but it was a fair amount of time ago, maybe a couple months ago, when we did a comparison table between the Z50, the Z50 Mark II, and some comments on the D500. I think to summarize my opinion on it, it kind of coincides with yours. Is basically, if you can live with one card slot and a shorter battery life, obviously the DSLRs, the mirrorless cameras can't touch the DSLRs when it comes to battery life or how many shots that you can get out of a battery, because obviously they use a lot more juice. You're using an EVF, you got things that draw power that you don't have with a DSLR. So you got to live with a lesser shot capacity and worse battery capacity, and you got to deal without having the capabilities, like you said, of that 10-pin connector. That lots of people use that for off-brand shutter releases that plug into that 10-pin connector. I know I have one that I use on my D850. That's off-brand that I use that 10-pin connector for. So, but if you are doing wildlife and things that move or sports and things like that, then yeah, all the autofocus and subject detection on the Z52 is going to blow away the D500. I mean, it's just a matter of, like you said, the technological improvements over the last 8 years.
It's basically a totally different camera, right? One of them is a pure photo camera for pictures. The other one is a hybrid camera. So that makes the main difference.
Yeah, but so I mean, in the end, though, for a camera that's US, a little under $1,000, it seems like it's a pretty good deal, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not. Let's compare it with the Z8. Of course, it doesn't have a full frame sensor, but the camera is not. The Z8 is not 4 times better than the Z50. It's maybe 20 or 50% better, but it's not 400% better. But you pay 4 times the price. So if you really look for something on a budget that gets the job done, go for the Z52. It's a really finally a really good crop sensor camera from Nikon in the area of mirrorless, right?
And a good first camera for people starting off that are on a budget.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think you get really far, right? Because I consider me as a already veteran hobbyist and played around with a lot of features, and this camera fits my needs. So I do not have almost anything that I would say this camera is not good enough for me. And if you have a beginner, the camera should be more than good enough for most of the people. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, thank you so much for putting this together.
I maybe have one more screen for further discussions if we have times, but we run out of time.
Go ahead.
There was always the discussion if a Z80 or Z90 will come out. So maybe Nikon listens. Who knows?
Yeah.
And I would like to put in my suggestion for such a camera. So of course I would like to have 20 frames per second. We have seen the difference when Lena was flying of the 11 frames per second. Sometimes 20 would be nice. I know for most of the people it's nothing, but for animal and sport shooter it may be something. Then one thing that lies close to all our hearts, or at least Gustavo's and Richie's and mine, is the pre-release capture in RAW. That would be really something great. Of course, compared to the Z50, an auto capture would be good because I like this feature. It's really a good, useful feature. IBIS would be something that would be great. What I would really love to have is a higher frame rate in the full HD area, so more than the 120 frames per second. And one feature that would be really neat, don't know if Nikon has something like this on the radar, is a pre-release capture for slow motion videos. I have for underwater photography, I have this Sony RX100 V5, and this camera has such a feature where you can shoot like 500 frames per second, and you can make a sort of pre-release capture. So when you push the button, then it records like 2 or 3 seconds, and it also you can set it up to record 1 second before. So if you have animals flying away or doing some, let's say, praying mantis that attacks, then you could use that feature. So this would be a really neat feature for filming. That would be quite interesting. So I think that's all from my side.
So Nikon, if you're listening, take notes, please.
Yes.
That is
They
indeed
do
interesting.
not listen very well to Richie. Maybe they listen to me. Who knows?
Yeah.
I think he wants the same thing. But you hear the argument also with the Z9 or even the Z8 or the Z7 II. You can crop it and you can still get kind of like an APS-C camera out of it, with the megapixels. So I think the only way they can come out with the Z80 is maybe an X-Speed 8 instead of an X-Speed 7. For and none of them have the capture raw. So, and I don't know.
I got Louise in here. I had to expand the Hollywood squares here to fit Louise in here. So he's been hiding. And of course, when showing the presentation, I don't see people's faces. So I don't know if he fit on it or not until now. So
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
It wasn't because we don't like your face or anything. It's just that
I don't take it personal anyway.
I couldn't see your face to begin with. So
it was great to listen to your presentations, Kubarasi. Thank you. Because I ordered a Z62 a couple of days ago.
Very good, very good. Well, I think you will enjoy it, and it's an easy camera for travel, right?
Yes.
One the reason why I bought it is if I go somewhere on vacation, I have a lot of gear. It's easier to take the Z50 and the 28-400 with me on vacations than to bring the Z8 and what is going on?
Yeah.
Oh, it's loud here. No idea why. It's easier to bring than the Z8 and the 180-600. So it's an easier travel camera, and the pictures are basically decent. Also, if you go somewhere where you have the risk that somebody would steal your camera, I could afford to buy a new Z52 instead of a new Z8, right? So that's basically.
I had a friend over. I had a friend over the house the other day, and he's saying he wanted to have a camera to have in the car all the time, and then he was talking about models that were a lot more expensive than the Z52, and I says, listen, for just in the car, get a Z52. I says, let's put it this way: if your car turned into an oven, because depending on where you left your camera, I'd sure as heck rather have $1,000 camera get wrecked than a $2,000, $3,000 or $4,000 camera get wrecked. I says, don't spend any more than you have to for something that you're just going to have in your car, like if you see something type of camera. You know, I mean, it's way more than good enough for something like that. And then if something happens to it, you're not crying as long.
Yeah.
Although
And
for
what I
some
have,
people,
I'll tell you what, I gotta hit the bed.
very good.
Okay,
All
See
right,
you
good
Chuck.
next
night.
week, Chuck. See you
Chuck.
next week.
See you next week.
bye bye.
Yep.
See ya.
Hey,
And don't
Chuck.
forget to send out your invites early, Chuck.
Yeah.
And we'll see you Saturday.
Would you?
And
Would
you
you?
need to wear a bow tie. You need to wear a bow tie.
All right. All right, guys. See you next.
See ya.
Next
Bye bye.
week. Yeah.
Bye, Chuck.
And next Saturday.
Next
All right.
Good night.
Saturday.
Bye, Chuck.
Here, Chuck.
Maybe one point that I didn't mention with the Z50 is the image quality itself. I would say it's comparable to the Z8 because the pixel density is basically the same like with the full frame Z8. So also the noise in there, it's decent. That's maybe also one point that is important to mention. So I do not feel like the picture quality would be worse than with the Z8.
That's good to know because I want to use it for macro, among other things.
Yeah, I think here you have also the focus stack feature that is, I
Yes.
haven't tested it, I have just seen it. I used it with the Z8, and for macro reasons, I think the focus stack is really a good feature
The
to have.
28 to 400 is excellent for macro, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I was wondering, yeah,
I haven't
Yeah.
tried it yet. Yeah.
because I
Oh,
like
I
to shoot
appreciate
lasers and so, and if I take like the 200 to 500 is way too big for approaching a small critter.
Well,
Okay.
thanks a lot for sharing your hands-on because I was pretty sure I was like 95% sure that you were shooting with a D500 for quite a while, and so I really wanted to hear. And I never had a D500. Like I said, I had back in the day, in the early days, you know, I had the D100, the 200, and the 300, but I never got the 500 because I went from the APS-C to the D850. At that time, and I didn't get the D500. And I said that I wanted to hear a perspective of someone that used a D500 rather than pretending that I shot with a D500, which I did not. So I appreciate you putting something together and sharing your opinion on it because you've had. You know, you've had all three cameras. You've had the 500, the original Z50, and now you got the new version. And I think it's important that people understand, you know, what they're getting for that little under $1,000, and I think you're getting a pretty darn good deal. Because if you're on a tight budget, man, or you want a backup camera, or you want a camera for, you know, some B-roll footage or something like that, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that camera, and it's not breaking the bank.
No, it's not. And what I wouldn't do is nowadays, if you buy a new camera, I wouldn't buy the Z50. I would directly go to the Z52. The price difference is so small, but the quality and the features are so much better. So if you need it, of course, you may save the $200 if you just take other pictures, but then you could also use your mobile phone instead of a camera, to be honest.
Yeah.
And Paul, that feature of pre-capturing video, that actually makes a lot of sense. I don't take that much video, but I think, you know, if you're waiting for, you know, a bird to fly and you're going to take a video, wow, that makes so much sense, and that will be a differentiating factor.
Where I used it is maybe if you see on my YouTube channel, I have some short videos where I have some soap bubbles bursting with smoke in them. Those videos, those slow motion videos, I took with this feature with the Sony RX100. So you wait basically till it explodes, then you press the shutter button and it records a second before and like 1 or 2 seconds after, and it makes it slow motion. This is really good. Also, if you have an animal that's, assuming you have a snake that will strike on his prey.
Good
So
example.
I see Louise is smiling and you would like that feature as well, right?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, just have to find the right snake and with the right animal.
Exactly. So that's why I would love to have this feature in a big camera instead of the small one.
A bit off topic. What are your video settings if you want to do slow mo? Because I hear it all the time, but I keep on forgetting.
With what camera?
Well, in this case, with the Z60. Well, sorry, with the 52.
So with the Z52, I would use the full frame, a full HD, not the 4K, 120 frames per second.
120.
I haven't checked. I would go probably with the N-Log, but I'm not sure if it's even able to do that because I haven't filmed yet with the Z50. I just played around a little bit, but I haven't done too much of videos with my Z8. I used the 4K 120 frames per second N-Log.
I think that's what I have. Yeah.
Because I can also crop in, but it gives you big files. That's a little bit the downside.
Okay.
Well, thanks for doing all that. I'm going to jump us back to the photo review, so we're not here till 2:00.
Sure, we're late. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Well, I really wanted to get your input on this because, like I said, you've used all three of these cameras, and most of us here have not. So I think your perspective is very important. So thank you so much for doing that for us, along with sending your pictures as well. So
now we're looking forward to see Jeff's pictures. I assume that you'll start the next, right?
We're gonna we'll bring up the let's bring up where we left off, which was your last image, Paul. And I gotta bring up the let's see here. Gotta make it bigger. Bada bing. Jump back to my other screen. This is like and then I will. Everything look okay at your end right now, folks?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So the next image is, we'll see who we have left here. Okay, we got a few images sent in from John Ishii. I don't think John joined us tonight, but John sent in a few images from Africa from way back when. Okay, these pictures were shot with the D4S. Okay, so we're going back a ways. And so I was going to ask him a question if he came on, because obviously your lens choices back when you were in Africa with a D4S, I was going to ask him what would he now use if he went back there with a Z camera, but he's not here to answer that question. So I'll pop up his first image, and this is, of course, when the wildebeests are crossing over. And this is the infamous. This is where everybody wants to try to capture this scene when the wildebeest are crossing over, and then they try to get a shot where a crocodile is trying to take one of these animals down for the count, as they say. So he managed to capture the wildebeest run. He didn't send me any settings information, so I can't, or what lenses he used. He just said it was all D4S shots. So this is the first image he sent in. And then the next one, I like this one. This one's very pretty. Very nice. So here's an example, folks. You could take great pictures with old cameras. Don't forget that. Don't forget that.
And the D4 was what, a 20 megapixel?
Yeah, I'm sure that was in the 20 range. Yeah, back then. And then his last image that he sent us. This is nice. This is the giraffe.
Yes.
And so he said he sent me another email and you know, saying, "Oh, he doesn't have a lot of animal pictures." And like I said before, when I got on the soapbox, is that I don't want people to think this is a nature show. When we do a photo review, take pictures of everything, anything, and send it in. As long as you're happy with it and you like it, send it in. Do not worry about whether it's a bird or not. You know, send what you like to take. You know,
The D4S was 16 megapixels.
Maybe I should talk like our friend there that says megapickles. 16 megapixels. But anyway, that's everything from John. And then the next images, the next ones we have coming up are from the next ones will be from Ava. Ava sent in a few. Woody, Joe Stroud, and then myself, and then that's it. We'll be done with all the images. So we are getting near the end here. So we will pop up one of Ava's shots here. Now she, as I mentioned, she had to go to England, spend some time there, take care of her mom for a bit. Her mom's doing okay now, so we wish her well. As Ava says, she went back to see her mom. And these were taken in Mewford, Dorset, which she said was relatively close to where her mom lives. I think she said it was like a 20-minute drive or so. And this first shot she took is 15 seconds, f10, ISO 64. This is using the Z8 with the Z24-120 lens, and this was at 31 millimeters. And she just, you know, had to go out and stretch her legs a little bit and take a little bit of a break. So she managed to take a few shots while she was there. Another calming image. This next shot,
I love that.
she took was at 1/80th of a second, f8, ISO 64 at 96 millimeters.
Beautiful. Very good, Eva.
It's funny, you know, you got, whoops. I hate that when that happens. Let me get there. I like you got the one that's not painted, you know.
Exactly.
Right? The second one's not painted, you know, and they're all painted except for the second one. I find that kind of funny. And then she sent in one more image. This looks like houses in my neighborhood. They're spaced about that far apart. You know, everything down here, everything is. You don't have a lot of space in between your home and your neighbors' homes. Like the commercial, you can open up your window and pass the Grey Poupon over to your neighbor if they run out of mustard. You know. But yeah, this is neat too. Like all the different colors. So those are what she had time to send over, and we appreciate it. We're glad that you, Ava, that you joined us on the show tonight, and glad to have you back. Hope you contribute again next month. I will put a reminder up about that in another minute or two. And we're going to go to Woody's.
Hey, Jeff, I'm leaving. It's snowing here, and I have to go to work. I have to clean the car.
Oh,
Okay. Take care.
Bye, Louis.
Be safe.
Very good.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I'll talk to Gustavo. I'll send Gustavo an email later. He knows about what's all about.
Yes, and I got something to show you as well. But
Okay. Very good. But unfortunately, I have to leave now.
no, that's all right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
See you
Have a
guys.
good day, Paul.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye, Luis.
Have a good day,
Now,
Paul.
Woody sent me in another image, later in the day, and I told him I was going to show it near the end of the show, because this image that he sent in, I thought represented what I tried to convey in that video that I did last week, of showing pictures of family and events with family and things like that. So this one stood out to me, and I want to show this towards the end of the show. And this is a shot. Oh, for crying out loud!
Ooh.
This is a shot of Woody's granddaughter. She's a 3-sport star in high school, he said. And and what he liked and what I like about the shot too is she catches the ball and her eyes are closed.
Yeah.
So you got to be talented to catch a ball with your eyes closed, okay? And this was taken with the D500, f2.8, 1/1000th of a second, ISO 500, at 200 millimeters.
Wow, it looks good.
So I told him I wanted to put this one towards the end of the show because, well, for a couple reasons. One, my laziness and not wanting to renumber everybody else's photos that came after his, but that I thought it really kind of represented what so many people use their camera for, right? It's not a lot of the stuff that we take pictures of. It's of, their grandchildren, their children, their relatives, their family, the things that the kids do, So I like this. This is a great shot.
So which lens did Woody use on this one?
It just says it was shot at 200 millimeters, so I don't know if it's a
70 to 200 probably.
That lens has a great.
It's f2.8, so it might be the 70 to 200.
Yeah, it's fantastic bokeh, correct? I mean, you can see the very pleasing foreground and background.
It's probably with the D500 also.
It's with the D500. Now you look at her fingers on her hand, and with the, like you said, with the bokeh in the background, you really get like a 3D effect.
Exactly.
It really stands out when you look at her fingers on her hand, or even really her shoes. Everything really pops. Really pops. It's a really beautiful shot.
Now Woody had to explain how she managed to catch the ball with the eye closed. That is something.
Yeah, Woody's still here. Woody, that's a great shot, my friend. That's wonderful. Wonderful shot.
And see, this is a softball, so it doesn't go straight. It's lobbed,
Oh, it's a Tamron. All right, the G2. I've had that lens. Yeah,
Beautiful.
that's excellent.
Is there anything you don't have, Randall?
Well, I got rid of the because I thought the 70 to 200 was too heavy. So I gave the 24 to 70 Tamron and the 70 to 200 G2s to a buddy of mine in Arizona, and he uses for his wedding photography. So, but back then I wasn't going to get me an F mount. Well, now I wish I had kept it.
So our next shots are from Joe Stroud, our friend Joe. I don't think he made it into I don't think I saw him.
Yeah, I didn't see him.
But Joe, we're going to show your images, and he sent in a handful, which was nice of him to do. And so we'll start off with his first image, which is a great blue heron in flight. And he said he shot these on January 1st of 2025. He said he was sick with the flu and felt horrible, but he was going to at least try to get one picture to start off the new year. So all these images that you're going to see coming up are with the Z8, with the 800 millimeter f6.3 PF lens. And he wishes everybody a great year. And Joe, we wish you a great year as well. So this is the first shot he sent in. and there's no EXIF data on these shots, so I don't know what. I don't know. I know it's the 800 PF with the Z8, and that's all I know. So we'll just enjoy the images. So his next shot, he's got the great egret.
Yes.
So Randall, this is why you need the 800.
Yeah, see, I was thinking about that.
Then he's got the cormorant. Well, it all depends on how close you could get to your nature. I mean, the 600 for many decades was kind of like the standard bearer for the nature guys.
Because there wasn't an 800.
Well, there was if you put a teleconverter on it.
Yeah. Well,
and as Gustavo has proven that you could get good results with the Z mount teleconverters.
Yes, indeed.
So there's nothing to be afraid of in bumping up a shorter lens to get the longer reach and save yourself $6,000.
That's a great photo. I love that photo.
Yeah.
As we know, Mr. Joe has a great eye.
Yeah. And then he's got some kind of pigeon here.
Dove.
I love the shadow on the bank. Yeah, it's even a shadow of him on his wings. So there's two shadows. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah. Well, that's the dark side of the Force.
Good observation, Randall. That's incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic.
And then his last shot, wood duck. With its head cocked, saying, "You looking at me? You looking at me?"
Beautiful. Gorgeous.
So, thanks so much, my friend. If you pick up and watch the show tomorrow, great job.
Wow.
We appreciate it.
Very good.
And the last images are a handful that I threw in at the end here. We'll go through these. This was an ibis, and this was in Brick Green Gardens, and this is in an area that's in an aviary. Okay, so this is kind of like a I don't want to say a zoo environment because it's a very big area, but it's all netted in, a dome type of thing. But it has the natural tree growth and water in there and everything, and it looks very realistic. But it's not out in the wild per se. But I don't mind taking stuff in there because I get different backgrounds in there than I get at the park. So it gives me an opportunity to get something that looks a little bit different. And then here's my cormorant shot.
That's nice light.
As it's taken off, and then you can see all the water spray above the wings there. Little specks. And now the next one is of a. Well, I guess I should be telling you these settings if you care. I did write them down since they didn't show up. I went back and looked them all up. That took a while. So I guess I should share it with you just because I spent the time to do it. Cormorant is 1/1250th of a second.
Okay.
So here's where you don't have to shoot it at 4,000. So water droplets are frozen, the bird is frozen, but it's just starting to take off. So it's not like going 100 miles an hour yet, So you can get away with that. 12/50th of a second, f6.3, wide open, ISO 1400. This is the Z9 with the 800 PF. This next shot is look at the size of this branch that this eagle is carrying to the nest. Huge. So this is 1/1600th of a second, wide open, ISO 12,800, Z9 with the 800 PF. So this was in the early morning light. Got away with it, got rid of most of the noise, so it doesn't look too bad. And then we did have a grouping of white pelicans. And what I liked about this shot is it's like okay, here's the chorus line of all the white pelicans, and you had to have a seagull in the front. And the seagull. The funny thing is that if one of those pelicans wanted to, it could swallow that seagull. That seagull should not pretend that it doesn't realize that there are larger birds behind it. And he's way too calm looking in that picture. This was at 1/1000th of a second at wide open at 6.3 ISO 1000. These are all with the Z9 with the 800, so I won't repeat that. But white pelicans are fun, and they're also difficult to get the light right on them, and
yes,
because of obviously they're white birds, and you got to do a little bit of finagling with your editing process sometimes, but you just don't want. You want to make sure that you do not blow out any of these whites. You'll never recover them. The next shot here is of a let me find my list. This is a wood stork. I figured I'd get a close up. This is a wood stork with a fish, and you would think that fish is going down, and you would think incorrectly. A fish that big, they may try to think that they're going to swallow that fish. It does not happen. That stork will fool around with that fish for 10 or 15 minutes until it basically, gums it to death, and the head falls off, let's say, and it really softens up the fish, and then it'll finally be able to swallow it down the pike. But it did not like lift its head up from this pose and swallow that fish. It could not do that.
Now, Jeff, if this will be a gray blue heron, for sure, no problem.
Yes, but a wood stork, no.
But I like the framing of the shot. So very good, Jeff. Very good.
Now the next two shots I took at a place called Arley Gardens, which is in North Carolina. So when last time Tim was down here to visit his dad, I went up to in North Carolina with him, and we went to Arley Gardens, and so there's ponds in there, and it's mostly a botanical garden, but it does have ponds, and you may or may not find some wildlife in the ponds. Not that it's known for that per se, but I ran across this shot and I really liked it. This log with the plant life growing off of the broken limb and the turtles laying on there. I just kind of like the look of this, and wanted to capture this image. This is with the Nikon ZF, 1/30th of a second, f6.3, ISO 400, and this is with the 24-120, one of my favorite lenses, at 120 millimeters. So it's 120 millimeters using the ZF. Then I got another one from Arley Gardens. And this was a time of year where there aren't very many flowers, and I ran across this flower and I had to take it. I rarely find a flower that looks basically perfect. There's not, a bug didn't put a hole in it anywhere. It's just, to me, that was like, wow, that's one of the nicest best conditioned flowers that I was able to get at a park, because usually, the one petal was wilted and turning brown, or you got bugs on them, eating them, or whatever. So I really like this one. This was 1/250th of a second, f4, ISO 800 with the ZF again with the 24-120 at 100 millimeters.
Indeed.
And then for the last shot, I'll surprise you with this last shot, throw in something that you're going to say, "Oh, Jeff, you never take shots like that." And the answer is yes, I do. You just don't see a lot of them. Boom. So this is a shot on the North Beach of Huntington Beach State Park, and these fishermen. This was very early in the morning, and it's foggy as all heck. So I didn't want to get rid of too much of the grain, actually, because that's how it looks. And all I did was I converted it to a black and white and used a preset that I had for black and white that I liked that gave me a little bit more contrast, because if I didn't convert it, unless I wanted to spend a stupid amount of time in post, it really didn't have much contrast at all. So I wanted you to be able to see a little bit of the surroundings, and they're walking out towards a jetty. The far right, you can see some of the water coming in from the waves coming into the shore. And I just like that shot. I just thought that kind of that particular beach area. That's the only beach area for the most part. They have another beach area to the south, and sometimes you have fishermen on that beach. But on what we call the North Beach, is you could find sometimes a dozen fishermen or more fishing out at the jetty or just surf casting, trying to get fish. And I thought that was kind of interesting, so I decided to share that one with you. And that's it. That's all the images, folks. So for our first photo review, to have 105 images was amazing, fantastic, wonderful. I don't know how else more to say, but it was a nice, let's put it this way, a nice start to the new year.
Yes.
And we will go through the round table here and show them all quickly. But I do want to pop up, let me just, I'm going to do this now in case people are ready to leave. I want to put this message up quick. This is a reminder for the next photo review, okay? Because you will not see me again until February 1st. So on February, here's your notice for that. February 1st photo review. Send in the pictures by January 31st, and let's hope that we get a grouping of images as good as we got tonight. And like I said, share everything. I mean, share what you like to shoot. Let's not turn this into Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. That's not the not the point of the show. Okay, some of you may feel that way, but we all share what we shoot, and it just so happens that a fair amount of us shoot wildlife. But I'm going to sneak in some pictures that aren't wildlife when I send in pictures, and try to find something that's not wildlife, just to show that I do know how to take a picture of a building or a person or whatever, because I still remember how to do that. And remember that, we're going to have, you got Chuck next week on AP Studios. Hopefully he gets a thumbnail out early, early next week for everybody to save a reminder, so that it's still at 9:00 Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And, I'm not going to be on the panel next week, but I'm sure I will at least stop in the chat and say hello and wish everybody well. And, I'm going to hopefully take some time to be able to maybe do some content again on my YouTube channel. I haven't really done much. I did put a few things out there in the last week, but prior to that, I probably hadn't put any content on my channel other than live streams for like the last 3 months. So hopefully I'll have a chance to do a little bit more of that and share some images. And I have a whole bunch of short video clips that I haven't shared over those past 3 months. So I should be able to put together a handful of videos. And I also want to do some thanks for the memories, videos on some vintage cameras, which I always like to talk about. So let's go through these quick. And these first ones are going to be from Bob Repper, from Bob Our Photos. He has a YouTube channel as well. So go to Bob Our Photos and check him out on YouTube. So we're going to just go through these images, spend 4 seconds or so on each one and move forward. Yeah, I took a whole bunch of shots of this scenario with getting in tight on like the first 3 turtles with like half the gator in the image to make it look scary.
Yeah.
These are some of Terry's shots, his first set of images that he sent in.
Tasmania.
And yeah, the crazy looking ibis.
Yeah, I'm looking for that glossy ibis as Terry was showing that one, and the coloration of it was rather unusual.
Yeah. So that was Terry's first batch he sent in, and then he sent in some more that we'll see later. And then we had someone who was, at least one of us was in the Christmas spirit. We had Randall that went out and captured the meaning of Christmas, or the things that we like to see at Christmas time. I never got my butt ass out of seat, as they say, to want to take some pictures of the lights in downtown Conway, South Carolina, and I never got down there to do it. So shame on me. Sometimes I just feel I don't have enough hours in the day anymore. Just too many things going on. But what would Christmas be without peanuts, right? Peanuts and Santa. That's neat.
Yes.
And you got to have the Grinch. There's got to be one Grinch on every block.
Well, a lot of the kids are growing up, so.
See, and Randall wants you to think this is a real plane. He really just took a model he had in his bedroom and threw it up in the sky. And then he captured his friend the grackle on his bird bath, and the squirrel that likes to throw nuts at his cat.
Yep, Mr. Peekaboo.
Peekaboo. And then, give me a second here. And then we moved on to some pictures from Michael Drees. Oops, sorry. Too quick with the trigger finger. It's my arthritis. My finger twitched.
Raindrops.
Here we go. And that was wide open with the 600 PF. This was a converted black and white to black and white in Lightroom. And then we have Gustavo's images. See, Gustavo's converting over to a travel street photographer. I think this is neat how they did this with introducing plant life to take something that would have been so like a concrete jungle and turning it into something that just looks very pleasing and relaxing.
Yeah.
That's something that we got to learn to do a lot more of in this country. And then this is, this is a stellar shot. The lighting is perfect. Tack sharp. These are Louise's shots. Two ducks are better than one. Is this where, see, when you got two like on top of each other and one's saying the other one, duck, duck. Then he's got what he called the little owl. The little owl. And this one, even at 1/5000th of a second, that bird is moving. That bird is moving. Its ass is on fire, I guess. And then these are, I believe, from Jeff and Leslie shots. Let me I want to make sure I.
See, what I like about that is, it's frozen, but the top part is above the frozen part of the water.
Yeah. It's trying to break free.
Yeah.
It's like, let me out of here. I'm stuck.
It's amazing how you can get those birds in focus with the branch and stuff in front.
Yeah.
I always have difficulty at that.
Yes, that can be a trouble.
Well, when you get a row like that, one thing you could do is that if I get like when my pelican shot there, with the go use your C1, C2, your custom 1 and custom 2, and change it to a long rectangular box, and put the rectangle over the group of birds, and that way it's on the birds.
So what I've been doing is just hitting the LCD screen in the back, and then it takes a picture and it focuses at the same time. That also helps. Yeah.
And sand hill cranes with the ring-billed gulls. And what was the name there of the turkey, Gustavo?
It's leucistic.
Leucistic.
Yes.
And then Jeff is this guy right here. Don't forget who he is. Right there. That's him. There he is. See, there he is. Hey, Jeff, we're gonna embarrass you a little bit. Jeff's a good. I wish I could have met him and his wife. It just didn't. It didn't work out. Things, as they say, things.
It will happen.
Well, we'll meet him someday. So then we got shots from Woody here, the beach shots.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it is. I love the glow.
And you got the eagle release shot. And I do this to confuse you, and then we bounce back to the beach again. And then this is Mr. Stewart's stuff coming up. Mr. David. And
1/5 of a second. Yep.
This one I like quite a bit. I like just the leading lines, and you're following the path, and you see it turning left, and then you don't see where it goes after that.
And they didn't take the tree in the middle of the path.
Yeah.
Yes. You go to the right of the tree or the left of the tree. This was a memorial. I believe he mentioned it was a War Memorial. And then he had this interesting bridge that I didn't realize till I was questioning the cleared out area there. The edges are raised. The far left and right side are for people, and the middle is for people on bicycles. There's no cars. No cars. And then this is the second grouping of pictures that Terry sent in. This one's stellar. This one's like that. That bird is perfectly. I mean, and he's panning. There's no doubt about it. He's panning pretty good, and that's perfect.
Yes.
And that's with the macro lens. Yeah, 105.
Yeah, you notice that.
And then he got this little owl that, like I said, if it turned its head and its eye was closed, you would think it's part of the tree, the branch, or the log, or whatever. That's why you can't find owls; they blend in so good. And if you don't find the poop on the tree, or catch them flying from tree to tree, or they're looking right at you when you pick up on their eyes, they're so hard to find. So hard to find. The eye on this bird is crazy. The ring around the eye. And these are from our friend, real Nikon lover, Jim in California, with his miniature die-cast collection. So here's what I mean. Here's pictures that are different. Okay, this is not birds, man. It's different, and it's cool. And he spent a lot of time setting up the lighting and how he wanted to do everything, and it came out great. Looks great. And then his best vehicle in his collection is this one. Obviously, this is the best one that he's got.
Now, did he go to the museum, or are these all of his models?
These are all his. These are all his.
Oh, wow.
This is his personal collection.
Oh, wow.
We need to ask him about the selected imaging, whether he put those decals on the door, or he was very good in Photoshop putting that on.
Yeah, if he went to the trouble of putting the decals on the car, boy, he gets brownie points for that one.
Yeah, and you see the car door is open, so it's not crooked. It looks like it's on the door.
Yeah,
the way he did it. And then if you look at the truck bed, that's with the truck bed. So I think those are decals. I don't think he did it with Photoshop.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy if he did that.
That would be crazy. Yeah.
Well, he'll that's I mean, it's crazy anyway. That's cool.
Yeah. I think he's very good with Photoshop.
And then we got a mixed grouping of
Anita
shots from Anita. She sent me three different themes of images, and then I no pun intended, I plucked out a few from each theme and saved the rest for next month. And this is, I love that shot. That's great. That's really good. Well, I like all the shots on this show. So I like taking landscapes too, but it's like I got to drive a ways to be able to get shots like this for the most part.
And she took it at f10.
Yeah. I mean, I'll do a lamp if I'm using a wide angle. I found out for just experimenting using the Viltrox there that you don't really have to stop it down much to have everything sharp from right in front of you to infinity. I mean, wide angle lenses are just incredible depth of field. That's what I like about them, is like you can in a lot of cases you could just, you don't even have to think too hard about what you're going to set your camera and know that the image is going to be sharp, and you don't even have to focus it. You just got to have the right f-stop, and you don't have to even worry about it. Focus to infinity, you set your f-stop, at a certain value, and you're going to be good. And she did send in some bird images as well. Some osprey. That's quite a grouping there. And she's the horse whisperer on this in this group. David says that she could take images of horses with a 24-70 lens, and David's far away with his 800. And then I think these were Rakesh, if I remember right. I'll go and look at the. Yeah, these were from Rakesh. Yeah, so we a lot of us were in the fog a little bit, taking our pictures. That one's very calming.
Yes.
And then we got pictures from Gary, who's relatively new to visiting the show, but he shared images last month and then again this month, which is great. And he said that he'll continue to participate. And he took a series of shots. Let me see. I'm trying to see where Santa Pod Racetrack is where he goes, and I believe that's in England, if I remember right. If I recall, my memory's working, which it may not. Now that's some fire, man. That's probably melting the tar right now.
Mm-hmm.
Melting the tar. And then these were from Martin. Martin sent his series of winter shots, and not of snow, but of a heavy frost, heavy frozen fog, basically frost. So there's none of that snow; it's all frozen frost, heavy frost. And then these were from Robert Rosado, aka Bob Rosado. Some race car images. And he got a shot with fog too.
Yes.
And this was a cool shot he got with these World War II planes.
Yeah, I that was one of the better ones.
Yeah, it was cool.
That P-38 Lightning, so distinctive, right?
And then these were Scubarazzi shots of his friend. And this is with the Falcon. The Falcon's name is Lena, and he has shared images of Lena before. So here's like the food's coming at Lena, and then boom, that's it. Good catch. The Red Sox can use you out in right field. Maybe you can apply. This is the 180 to 600 at 600 millimeters. And the coming right at you shots are always tough for a camera to get. And then we got a few images from John. John Ishii was kind enough to send us a few images. I told him, I said, send us some images. I said, send us some images of where you live in Malaysia. I says, because I mean, I tell them. So, like I said, we lots of times we don't take what's near us, and it's like,
That's right.
how many of us will ever get an opportunity to go to Malaysia? Is what I told him. I says, share some images of Malaysia so we know what Malaysia's like, because you chose to live there, and he's in the city, and obviously Sanjapal does not live in the city, but take. I remember he did take some street photography shots and shared them at one time. Don't I said, share more of those. Share more of what Malaysia's like. And then we got Ava was nice enough to try to capture a few shots in jolly old England.
See, so she didn't say what type of bird it was on that thing, but I thought that was.
No, she did not. I just find this one funny with the second one. I mean, it didn't catch me right away, and then in the second house there being wood and stained and not painted, that makes that picture even more interesting than just the different tones of color. The lack of color, I guess you could say, in this case, on that one house. It's always interesting. And this is a shot Woody sent me after his first set of pictures that I wanted to share towards the end of his granddaughter. Wonderful shot. And then Joe Stroud was kind enough to send some images in to us.
Wonderful.
Yeah, see, I think that's amazing right there.
The double shadow, shadow on the wing and on the ground. And that's like a perplexed look from a duck. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do voiceovers, pretend we're a duck. That would be funny. You're looking at me? You're looking at me? And then these are just the last ones are mine here. I'll go through these quicker.
That's something else.
And that, as they say in show business, that is that. That's all she wrote. So now we get back to everybody here. And once again, thank you to everybody for participating. And remember, next week is Chuck's weekends are coming up, and until we hit February 1st, which will be the next photo review. So keep an eye out for the thumbnail invite from AP Studios, Chuck Talks, for next Saturday show at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And show them some love, as they say. Show them some love. And yes. I'm sure many who participate on this channel as partners in crime here on the panel will be you'll see their faces on Chuck's show, I'm sure, as well. So get out there and do that. And this show wore me out a little bit. I'll tell you, I spent a lot of time with the pictures, and what gets me most frustrating is I go and I rename all the files, right? And this is and it doesn't matter what I do. I rename them, 01.jpg to 105.jpg, put them on the thumb drive, move them from my desktop to the thumb drive, move them from the thumb drive, and suck them into Lightroom. And Lightroom scrambles them all up, and then I got to drag. I got to find them all, and I got to drag them and put them in the order that I have on the sheet that I fill in with all the information. And getting 105 shots in order when they're all scrambled and you don't understand why they got scrambled is really frustrating. But that's like, I'm glad that it's a once a month thing. I wouldn't want to be dealing with this every week. I don't think I could, but thanks so much, guys, and great start to the new year. Great start to the new year. Let you guys make any comments you want to make, or is there anything else you want to add to the show?
Wonderful show.
It was.
Looking forward already to February 1st. Okay. And we will keep reminding in the AP Studio live stream that the people need to send you photos. We don't want to be everybody sending you the photos the last few minutes of the January 31st.
You got a whole bunch of pictures at the end, didn't you? The past week? Because you were still behind, and then, oh my goodness.
Yeah, but hey, I'm used to it by now. But I mean, I'm just happy to share what everybody does, because I realistically, I think, well, I don't think, I know we are the only show that shares viewers' images on a monthly basis. Exactly. And there isn't anybody out there that shows the amount of images that we show on a monthly basis. Exactly. And so, I mean, this is your opportunity to show what you do and feel that they're, everybody out there that comes in. I'm sure, there's a fair amount of people that watch the show from the sidelines, as I like to say, that don't, come into the chat and participate in the chat. They just kind of like watch bits and pieces, and, as the night goes on. And hey, if any one of these pictures any one of these 105 pictures, if it inspires someone to blow the dust off their camera and clean a lens, and whether it be buy a roll of film or buy or find their SD card and get them out there to take a shot, then we've done our job. Because to me, that's what this is about. This is about motivation, sharing, community, motivation, getting people to want to go out and shoot whatever they want to shoot, and get them off the couch. As I say, I want to get people's behinds off the couch, get outside, do some stuff, get some fresh air. It's good for you. So hopefully we accomplish that. But I'm going to say goodnight to you all. Hopefully you're nice enough to come back next month. I hope so. Don't forget about me.
It's cold this week.
Yeah, don't forget about me, guys. I still exist. I'm like the M&M guys. I still exist. See you later.